sir.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning.
Mr.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 13th, and the time is 9 a.m. And I'm going to go ahead and call a regularly scheduled BOCC meeting to order. First up, we do have our invocation by our prayer coordinator, Shell Coiter from Prayer at the Heart of Doña. Shell. Okay, since Shell's not here today, we're going to go ahead and take a moment of silence. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and call up Carolina Valois, our program coordinator for Empowerment Congress, to lead us in the pledge today. If you're all able to stand and join us, please do. Welcome.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ma'am. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session this morning. Mr. Andrews, County Manager, is there any changes to the agenda today?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Chair?
You're right. Can I please get a roll call of the commissioners present today?
Yes, sir, you may. Commissioner Gomeros? Present. Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Chaparro present.
Chaparro, I apologize. Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Here, we have all of our commissioners present and we have quorum today. Now, any changes to the agenda, Mr. Andrews?
One change, sir. Item 22, the budget review. We have some key staff out, and I want to answer a couple more questions for some of you, so we're going to move that to the next meeting.
Okay, so we're going to be moving item number 22 to the following meeting. Sounds good. Any other changes? Seeing none, we'll move on to consent agenda, where the Board of Commissioners will be asked to approve items number 1 through 12 today on the consent agenda. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, a second by Commissioner Gomeros. Any comments, questions, or concerns today, Commissioners? Seeing none, Brandy, go ahead.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here. Yes. Sorry.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Brandy, if you can go ahead with those resolution numbers.
Okay, we have item number 3, 2025-51. Item number 6, 2025-52. Item number 7, 2025-53. Item number 8, 2025-54. And item number 12, 2025-55.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, next up, we do have our recognition of employees, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service. And we do have our ACM, Mr. Lopez, with us today.
Okay, somebody assumes I'm a little bit taller than I actually am. I appreciate the compliment, but. So we would like to recognize 2 employees who have both reached 10 years of service with Doña County. So if Lieutenant Ricardo Correjedo is in the audience? No. Okay, well, let's give him a hand anyway for 10 years of service. And then our next employee from Facilities and Services is Anastasio Alvarado. Is Anastasio in the audience? Nope. Okay, one more round of applause. And those are our 2 employees for recognition.
You know, Stephen, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know it's hard to recognize people who are working so hard, you know? I mean, that's what it is. They're working so hard they can't show up here.
Okay.
And that's true. That's true. They have a lot of jobs to do.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have item number 13, moving on to our proclamations. We do have 4 this morning. The first one is to proclaim May 2025 as Internal Audit Awareness Month in Doña County. Who has the talking points this morning?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the first one on the list. No. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
do we need a motion first?
Nope, because we don't take a vote on these.
Okay, this is the Internal Audit Month, talking points. May is Internal Audit Awareness Month, and we want to honor the internal audit profession with a proclamation. This month-long observance aims to promote the value of internal auditing and help us realize its importance in all organizations. Internal auditing plays a vital role in strengthening organizations and protecting stakeholders by identifying and managing risks. Auditors ensure policies and procedures are implemented, identify compliance issues, and recommend improvements. We acknowledge the expertise and dedication internal auditors have in safeguarding stakeholders' interests. Doña County residents, please join us in recognizing professional internal auditors for their contribution. We welcome County Internal Auditor Ernest Budden to receive the proclamation. Mr. Budden, I see you coming up. Thank you very much.
So while Mr. Budden joins us up here along with some others, let me read the proclamation. Whereas historically, the global internal audit profession promotes awareness about its value during the month of May to highlight the contributions internal auditors make to the success of organizations in the global economy. Auditors can help build trust and confidence by highlighting the significance of accurate record keeping and promoting integrity. And whereas internal auditing is a vital part of strengthening organizations and protecting stakeholders of both public and private sectors, internal auditing helps identify and manage risk and ensure policies, procedures, and controls are implemented and work as expected. And whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors is the internal audit profession's most widely recognized advocate, educator, and provider of standards and guidance. And whereas internal auditing is an increasingly sophisticated and complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education. It is an established profession with a globally recognized code of ethics and international standards for its professional practice. And whereas in the past year, the county internal auditor completed audit assessments and interviews of department leadership, a timekeeping review of alternative work schedules, a financial assessment audit of the detention center, and a follow-up audit of the community centers. Now, therefore, County Manager Scott Andrews has proclaimed the month of May as Internal Audit Awareness Month, signed this 13th day of May, 2025.
Thank you. My name is Ernest Budden. I'm the internal auditor here at Doña County. I have with me today the city auditor of City of Las Cruces auditor, Viola Perea. We have our internal audit advisory committee member, Ophelia Watkins. We have a New Mexico State University staff auditor, Nova Pena. We have the interim New Mexico State University Chief Audit Officer and our Internal Audit Advisory Committee Vice Chairman, John Fry. And we have the current Chairman of the Internal Audit Advisory Committee, Robert Doyle, and our Secretary, Robert Steinkamp. So on behalf of the entire organization and those who stand with me today, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the County Manager for consideration to proclaim May as Internal Audit Awareness Month. It's my understanding from my El Paso chapter of Institute of Internal Auditors that history is being made this month because Internal Audit Awareness Month is being recognized by the city of Las Cruces, the city of El Paso, the county of El Paso, and now Doña County. This proclamation is a powerful reminder of the critical role all internal auditors play in safeguarding an organization's integrity, ensuring compliance, and providing valuable insights for informed decision-making. Internal audits help us enhance efficiency, identify risk, and strengthen our controls, all of which contribute to our overall success and sustainability. This month extends to us an opportunity to recognize and appreciate the dedication and expertise of our internal audit professionals whose work often goes on behind the scenes, but is essential to an organization's well-being. So thank you once again to the county manager for this acknowledgement and to internal audit teams throughout Doña County for their unwavering commitment and commitment to excellence and transparency. Would anybody like to say a few words? All right.
Awesome.
For the photo, everybody. You're gonna have to be a little more friendly. Yep, most definitely. Got it.
Would you mind moving that nameplate behind you? There you go, perfect. We'll have some water bottles and Kleenex boxes, but that's okay. Could I have everyone in the front take about 2 steps to your right? Beautiful. Okay. Eyes open. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sorry about that. She was asking to move the water bottle.
Okay, next up, we have item number 14, which is to proclaim May 15th, 2025 as National Interpreter Appreciation Day in Doña County.
Mr. Chair, it's no surprise. I've sponsored this. And if I might have Ms. Alex Araiza and Ms. Annabelle Vela step up to the podium. Good morning, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to do this morning with my colleagues and my bosses of sort. So communication has always been a crucial throughout the history to convey messages to others. Language interpretation would eventually become necessary due to interactions between tribes, peoples, civilizations, or entities. And as we know, here in New Mexico in 1999, the state allowed the first Spanish-speaking interpreter to sit on a panel. And there began the wonderful ability to have non-English speakers sit on our panels, a jury of peers. Anyone from doctors, attorneys, to farm field laborers. And so that has been something of pride for me, and I know pride for my colleagues, because we're the only state in the nation that allows this. And in bringing forth Ms. Araiza and Ms. Vela, I have to say, it has been such a pleasure and an honor to work with you. We've worked together for many years, and you both have done this with such professionalism, kindness, understanding to at least this interpreter, I'm sure to others. Our job changes every day. We do not have a set schedule. Our schedule changes every day, believe it or not. We think we're going to be doing an arraignment, and all of a sudden we're thrown into a change of plea, a trial, and ladies, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you keep dozens of interpreters straight, dozens of courts straight, dozens of hearings straight, but you wave your magic wand every day, and you're a pleasure to work with. So I'm just grateful that persons in this community, through you and because of you and because of your profession, have access to justice, and justice is served every day because you are part of it. So I'm forever grateful to you. Is there anything you'd like to say, Ms. Araiza, Ms. Vela?
Well, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the beautiful, kind words, and it's something that you have shared with us and we have shared with you. We all learn from each other. I know that I came into the field after you did, and I have learned from you, and we just continue to do so. It's been a pleasure serving the state of New Mexico, especially our county of Doña Ana. I mean, I feel very proud that we are the only state in the nation that provides this service to our jurors, and no one is excluded. And it's tough to get it scheduled, like you say. We have a couple of judges waiting for us right now to make it here. They thought it was important that we be here to receive the honor, so they had no problem saying we will wait for an interpreter to show up and, continue with what we do on a daily basis.
Thank you so much. This is an honor. I think this profession is so awesome. It's wonderful that it's being recognized. So many times people don't know about it or they're not aware of it. And so this recognition means a lot to the profession, not just to us. And we will make sure to share this with the other interpreters that we work with day by day. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
And might I add, Mr. Chair, that Ms. Vela and Ms. Araiza handle many, many courts. And I know that they're waiting on you. And so, again, thank you both. And just also to mention that they're coordinators. And so they're managing regions throughout the state, as many other coordinators are. I don't remember how many coordinators there are off the top of my
There's
head.
7 of us right now.
7? But you do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And for the reading of the proclamation, whereas National Interpreter Appreciation Day is celebrated on the first Wednesday of May to recognize interpreters who are needed in government offices, hospitals, businesses, and at any organization that serves people from different linguistic groups. And whereas interpreters have a difficult job as they must accurately interpret more than words exchanged between 2 or more people to ensure each receives clear and concise information in real time. And whereas an estimated 6,500 languages are spoken around the world, and no one person can learn them all. However, interpreters help facilitate communication, playing a pivotal role in telling stories, conveying meaning, and ensuring a conversation flows smoothly, while every voice is heard. And whereas, from Americans with disabilities to courts, government agencies, schools, hospitals, businesses, and individual residents who rely on interpreters to receive or provide help, learn, teach, communicate changes, legal proceedings, or health care. Now, therefore, County Manager Scott Andrews has proclaimed the 15th day of May as National Interpreter Appreciation Day, as proclaimed this 13th day of May, 2025.
Thank
So
you.
congratulations. Let's take you both up on top.
I'll get off. Yeah.
All volunteers take one step forward, is that what you mean?
Right.
You know that one? I think.
Next up is item number 15, which is to proclaim National Hospital Week, May 11th through the 17th in Doña County.
I have it.
Yay.
The American Hospital Association organizes and promotes National Hospital Week from May 11th to 17th. This year, they selected the theme, We Are Healthcare, to acknowledge and celebrate the contributions hospitals and healthcare workers make to their communities. In Doña County, we celebrate National Hospital Week by highlighting all 7 hospitals throughout the county, namely Advanced Care Hospital of Southern New Mexico, Memorial Medical Center, Mesilla Valley Hospital, Mountain View Regional Medical Center, Peak Behavioral Health, Rehabilitation Hospital of Southern New Mexico, Three Crosses Regional Hospital. Together, these hospitals help keep us mentally balanced and physically healthy.
And Mr. Chair, just so you know, we're not going to have a picture after this one because with 7 hospitals in our county, we figured we don't have a wide enough lens on our camera. But we will recognize them in the proclamation. So here we go. Whereas in May, we observe National Hospital Week and take this opportunity to highlight our hospitals, their healthcare providers and staff, and thank them for the many ways in which they connect with us and support our community. And whereas we highlight and praise the staff in each of the 7 hospitals that serve residents throughout our county and the region, promoting health and supporting well-being for every resident of every generation and at each stage of our lives. And whereas in our county, we are fortunate to have 7 hospitals of varying specialties that serve residents throughout the region. And whereas Advanced Care Hospital of Southern New Mexico focuses on critical care, Memorial Medical Center offers a spectrum of care, including diagnostic, therapeutic, and rehabilitative services. Mesilla Valley Hospital provides mental health services and co-occurring drug and alcohol addiction treatment. Mountain View Regional Medical Center is the area's only level 3 trauma center, along with 50 specialties and an ER team to handle the most severe issues. And whereas Peak Behavioral Health offers acute psychiatric care for adolescents and adults. Rehabilitation Hospital of Southern New Mexico was named one of America's best by Newsweek in 2024, and Three Crosses Regional Hospital offers a state-of-the-art intensive care unit along with an emergency room, modern diagnostics imaging, and on-site laboratory services. Now, therefore, County Manager Scott Andrews has proclaimed the week of May 11th to 17th as National Hospital Week, proudly proclaimed this 13th day of May 2025. And if anybody in here is with or has ever worked for a hospital, if you don't mind standing up so we can give you a round of applause.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Next up is item number 16, which is to proclaim May 12th through the 16th, 2025 as Economic Development Week in Doña County. And Denise is coming on up, and I do have the talking points, where economic development professionals serve as stewards, bridging connections between community stakeholders like residents, business leaders, elected officials, industry executives, and educational organizations to collaborate in promoting job creation, community investment, infrastructure advancements, and positive outlook into the future. Doña County, we have cultivated a thriving economy that enhances our quality of life and fosters resilience and prosperity in our neighborhoods. Here's a couple of examples. Our Doña County Jetport runway fortification and widening project is almost done. This will support cargo operations of 757 flights, and it was largely supported by the state's $20 million investment. Our new online permitting system will soon be implemented, and it reduces approval times while making it more accessible and effective. Then NM Tradeport Regional Infrastructure Accelerator continues to gain momentum as we integrate 4 core assets: Modal Exchange Hub, which is an intermodal facility that optimizes cargo transfers between rail and truck. Cargo Processing Complex, which is intelligent cargo management with automation systems and flexible warehousing. Services that support 24/7 operations, including restaurants and lodging. Alternative fueling infrastructure, battery electric charging stations, and hydrogen fueling. And we do have Denise Carter here. And Mr. Lopez, before she gets going, if you'll go ahead and read that proclamation for us.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Whereas Economic Development Week is an annual celebration that recognizes the contribution of economic development professionals, organizations, and initiatives that help create thriving communities and improve the quality of life for residents. And whereas the week of May 11th through May 16th is designated as Economic Development Week by the International Economic Development Council, or IEDC, to increase awareness of local initiatives to create jobs, advance career development opportunities, and increase the quality of life. And whereas economic developers champion economic prosperity and enhance the standard of living within their communities through the creation, retention, and expansion of employment opportunities, fostering growth, enriching wealth, and cultivating a diversified, stable tax base. And whereas we encourage residents and businesses to recognize the importance of economic development and supportive initiatives that promote economic growth, opportunity, and prosperity throughout Doña County and the region. And whereas the county's Economic Development Division, through the Community Development Department, established creative industries in 2024, and in phase 1 of the project, employed 57 creatives, engaged 8 organizations and institutions, and trained 20 staff participants. Now therefore, Scott Andrews, County Manager, has proclaimed the week of May 11th to 16th as Economic Development Week.
Good morning, Denise Carter, Economic Development Administrator. Congratulations to all the dedicated professionals and organizations working tirelessly to strengthen our communities, support local businesses, create jobs, and drive innovation. Happy Economic Development Week, and if I may have the economic developer community join me for a picture. Thank you so much for all your support. We have New Mexico Border Authority, Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance, New Mexico Economic Development Department, City of Las Cruces Economic Development Department, Doña County Community Development Department. What am I missing? Okay.
You all are going to have to be a lot more friendly or form 2 rows. A little more? A little more, Janice?
I'll send you the pictures. You're getting the eye. Okay, a little bit
Little more?
more. Get a little closer. Maybe turn your shoulders in so you can get everybody in the frame. There we go. Let me back up a little, Steven. Eyes open. Beautiful. Thank you. I'm gonna do it with one hand.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining us and sticking through with the proclamations. Next up, we do have our public input section of our meeting. If you are here to address the commission, if you'll start forming a line, there is a white binder to your left. If you will please sign the binder after you speak. We have 3 minutes on the clock. If you are here to address the commission on any one agenda item that is coming up, if you'll please wait until that agenda item comes up. If not, please join us up front.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
Mr. Chair.
morning.
I am not here for public input. I am here in response to being called out by name by Commissioner Sanchez. So I am here to make a reply to that, and I hope that because it's a reply, that I won't be timed. So I liked how you started out with religiously, but religion is man trying to appease God. Christianity is walking with God and his son, having a relationship. The uniform was incidental. I had something else that was going on. It was an ACU uniform. Fatigues were last used in the 70s. When I joined in the 70s, we were still being spit on by the left. I never used the word Democrat and Republican for a reason. I used red and blue. Disturbed, you should be disturbed because that's not what I wanted. If that shows up on your camera, it says that 28% of Democrats approve of President Trump being assassinated. That's going to really upset 77 million voters. So if I didn't come up and say what I was going to say, it would be inappropriate and disrespectful not to speak, being that I spent almost 40 years in the service of this nation. Hitler and the Nazis vilified the Jews for years and years and years, and then round them up and killed a lot of them. You're seeing the vilification of Christian nationalists here in the country. Hitler also had thugs to put himself into position, the brown shirts, and those guys were World War I veterans, military guys. The military guys that are the fighters will not fight for the blue. That was my point on red and blue. Red and blue, the map. So after the election, you got this great big sea of red, blue on the left, blue on the right corner, a couple of splotches of blue in the middle. It's just, that's when I'm talking about blue. If you live in a blue area, Republican, Independent, Democrat, it's not going to go well for you. E pluribus unum is one of our mottos, university, but we're using diversity, which is root word divide. And I guess I'll have to continue this at a further time. There is the book. It's called Rules for Radicals that the left is using as their chant.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning. Morning, Mr. Chairman. Name's Jim Hurst. What is Christian nationalism? And why is it dangerous? You may not have heard of him, a man named Beverly Tucker Lacey. He was Stonewall Jackson's chaplain. He wrote a letter to the churches of the Confederate States in March of 1863, instructing them on how they could be of maximum aid to the war effort. In so doing, I believe he defined Christian nationalism. First, he declares, our patriotism will be all the stronger and purer when sanctified by religion. To the political and social must be added the religious element. To patriotism, the mightier principle of faith must be added. Let love of country be joined to love of God. Let temporal interest be connected with the eternal. That's how Stonewall Jackson's chaplain defined Christian nationalism. Obviously, it's toxic. It was not only in the Confederacy. It confuses love of God with love of country and obedience to God with obedience to the state. It was not only in the Confederacy. The battle hymn of the Republic has elements of Christian nationalism in it. It makes the object of worship God, the servant of the state, and conceives of the will of God as whatever is in the national interest. Of all things MAGA is promoting, I fear Christian nationalism the most, as it will make citizens less rational and more likely to use government for their special interests rather than for common interests. Thank you very much.
Right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Plasencia, and I work for the Empowerment Congress. And I'm basically here to talk to you about, there was a rally on May 5th at the Sunlands Park Sports Complex. This rally was to demand clean water for all crew customers in Santa Teresa and Sunland Park. And I'm just here to talk about my observations during the rally, the people that spoke, and all the other people that were there as well. Basically, to summarize, the people that were there at the rally, many of them had said that they developed skin rashes. These skin rashes eventually turned into skin cancer. Many complaints were also due to the high cost of water there in Sunland Park. Like I mentioned before, in some of the previous times that I've been here, people are overpaying for the water in Sunland Park as well. Now, that doesn't make sense since the people say that the water doesn't even work at all. I mean, none of the people that I spoke to actually drink tap water from Sunland Park. Everybody has to resort to buying bottled water. They have to buy expensive water filters as well, which is, I mean, outrageously expensive, if already added onto their water bills. So there was a lot of discontent, and this is why I'm here to kind of summarize all the observations and everybody I spoke to at the rally and thereafter as well. This is a situation that, has been going on for a while, and it will be good if you guys take it more and maybe conduct, or keep an eye on this, because like I said, a lot of people have been getting sick. Women have been losing their hair, unfortunately. Nobody uses the water, not even to wash their dishes. So that's how bad it is. I mean, nobody that I spoke to actually drinks the tap water down there, and that's why I'm basically here to talk to you guys about. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Yo voy a hacer mi testimonio en español porque ya es como me expreso más mejor. Yo también fui parte de la protesta que tuvimos en Sunland Park, y una de las cosas que también los residentes se quejan es porque cuando ellos hablan a las oficinas de CRUA nunca les contestan. Tengo unos videos donde el video dura hasta 1 minuto con ciertos segundos donde no contestan. Entonces, pues eso es muy importante, que también el personal de CRUA sean atentos a las llamadas. Imagínense en una emergencia, qué es lo que va a pasar si ellos se quieren comunicar con estas compañías que son compañías grandes y que tienen que atender a la gente. Por eso están ellos allí, y no tener ninguna respuesta o simplemente recoger el teléfono para preguntar en qué se le ofrece a la comunidad. Pues eso habla muy mal de ellos. La gente se quejó de eso, y pues para mí es muy importante que estas compañías del agua, de lo que sea, contesten estas llamadas. Es unas cosas importantes y a lo mejor son grandes emergencias que la gente necesita y que les ayuden, que los resuelven. Esa es una de las cosas que yo también escuché de la gente y como le digo, tengo grabaciones donde los grabaron y no contestan los teléfonos. Por favor, ahí les hacemos hincapié de que tengan más atención y eso pues habla muy mal de CRUA simplemente por no contestar el teléfono en las emergencias. Gracias.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, of course.
I'm going to summarize real quickly. I can't write that fast. And señora, su nombre, por favor, ¿cuál fue?
Soy Carolina Valois y trabajo para Empowerment Congress.
And Ms. Carolina is here to launch a protest as a resident against CRUA. And this is a summary of what was said, that CRUA is not to be reached, not even during an emergency. They have called CRUA several times. There has been no answers. And what CRUA needs is communication to report rather anything having to do with water. It's a large company. They should be answering calls if it's an important issue or an emergency. And people should be answering the calls. There's videos that have been made where the calls have not been answered by CRUA. And I believe that apart from lack of contact for any emergency or any important issue, that is the main complaint. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. It's going to be an interesting morning already. I'll try and pull some ideas together. First off, what is government? Government is trying to enforce laws to bring us unification across the peoples. We're talking about nationalism. Nationalism in the United States is actually bringing the multiple tribes and peoples together across the state. Not all of us have the same interests. Not all of us have the same needs, desires, wants in government. So we have a federated system. We already talked about the Confederates. That was kind of an odd way to go. But it's interesting. We've talked about Nazis, which is another interesting place to go. So we have all the boogeymans of history coming through. We are not the Nazis. We are not the Confederates. We are looking at history. We're trying to learn from the mistakes of the past. Nationalism is generally a good because it does bring unification to the people in their thoughts and their actions. If you do not have a nation, you do not have a distinct economic group, you don't have a people, you don't have a faith, you don't have a ideology that will defend the nation. We saw that during the last few years. You could not get people to sign up for the U.S. military. Why should they sign up for a military? If there is no nation, no distinct entity, why are they fighting? And then you start breaking down to tribes because there is no nation, so then they support the next thing down the stack of what they want. If that doesn't work, you end up with clans and families, and you're back to primitive places, and government no longer works for the majority of the people. So we have limits on it. As far as the Christian side of it, yes, Christianity, religion of all stripes, has been used for evil purposes. It is a great unifier of people toward a common goal. The no honest Irishman problem comes up, but you do have purity spirals where you're trying to drive people in a direction. Christianity has rules inside of it. What is your ultimate goal? Whose are the people? There are limits to the violence you can run through there because there is a God, and the people are his people, and you have to be careful of that. So we've got all that together. As far as violence in the communities, we've seen some of that come through. We had Antifa come through, we had Chaz, we had Portland, we had burning cities, we have the tearing down of statues across the nation. Violence against the political will of the people, more or less, things that historically have been put in place were torn down, destroyed for various causes, and depending on what side you were on, you either cheered as this great thing came down. But we don't understand history. The Confederate statues are one. There were issues going on there. So there's a lot of pieces coming together that you're seeing at your county commissioning meetings, and I don't know how to pull them all together for unity and peace, but that is my ultimate desire, is for there to be peace among the people. And I thank you for your time today. Have a great day.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Chair, Vice Chair, County Commissioners. My name is Vivian Fuller, and I am Community Programs Manager for Empowerment Congress, as well as a Sunland Park and Santa Teresa resident. So I am here to give comment on behalf of the Sunland Park and Santa Teresa community. So we have a concern with Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, known as CRUA, concerns about the formation and process of the CRUA Citizens Advisory Board, Advisory Committee. We demand that it is created by and for the communities that CRUA serves. We do have a meeting on the 21st, and we would like to see more community members actually, or constituents, business owners from the area in that community. As well as, okay, so there's still a lot of complaints about the water. We did have a rally on May the 5th. There's a lot of people that still have discolored, smelly water in the area. According to CRUA, they're not receiving any calls, but as we heard the previous lady, Carolina, there was a lot of people at the rally that, you know, are still having a lot of issues with the water as well. And also, if we could get support from you all to do a time change for the meetings as well. There's a lot of people that are not available at 9 a.m. for the meetings. It's preferably in the afternoon, just because the community is an important part to give a comment about what's actually going on in the community. Thank you.
Good morning. Daisy Maldonado, and I'm the director of the Empowerment Congress. In Empowerment Congress, we stand in solidarity with our community, our data, and our requests. Empowerment Congress, we express deep concern over the recent press release by Camino Real Regional Utility Authority on May 7th, where they accuse Empowerment Congress of distorting the water quality issues raised by Sunland Park and Santa Teresa residents and neighboring areas. It is crucial to understand that residents' experiences of discolored water, odorous and unpleasant tasting water are not overstated, but are well documented, credible, and widespread. And CRUA's reliance on averages and periodic testing outcomes overlooks firsthand experiences of residents. Simply passing regulatory tests does not guarantee the delivery of water that is safe, clean, and trusted by the community. And next, I wanted to bring up on April 23rd, actually, CRUA failed an arsenic test for their industrial water treatment plant. And the water came out testing 12 parts per billion for arsenic. And what actually is most concerning about that result is that yesterday during the CRUA meeting, there was a big discussion of whether or not they were out of compliance, as opposed to whether or not they were delivering safe, clean drinking water to the community. Next, I just wanted to again mention and reiterate what Vivian Fuller has mentioned about the Citizen Advisory Committee. It should be formed by residents and consumers and constituents of the area, not folks who serve on the CRUA board or who are staff of CRUA. And so we invite both Doña County, the City of Sunland Park, and CRUA to work with the community in the development of this board, make it an official and formal committee that is autonomous and that actually could provide guidance and honest feedback on how to better serve the CRUA customers. And finally, I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Gameros for her voice at the meeting yesterday. I thought it was very strong and is going to support in taking CRUA in a different direction and really being holding them accountable and working in a transparent way. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Matt Conrad. I'm the CEO at Mountain View Regional Medical Center. I just wanted to take 2 minutes of your time to thank you guys very much for your proclamation this morning. In a post-COVID world, it seems like things are a little bit quieter these days. We have not seen that year over year. The need for, unfortunately, acute care services in this community grow year over year as we tried, our best ability to recruit providers in and expand services and try to keep our patients and our local community here in Las Cruces. It's been a challenge. Our staff are having to work harder probably than they ever have. When I started here 5 years ago, it wasn't an average number of transfers to our facility were between 20 and 30 on a weekly basis. Right now, we're seeing close to 60 to 70 a week coming from not just the regional area, but also as far away as it's not uncommon to take 10 or 12 transfers from Gallup, New Mexico. So as the healthcare need for this state continues to grow, especially in the acute care area, these proclamations mean a lot. We're going to take this back to our staff and make sure that they understand that they're valued and they greatly appreciate this and they're not doing this every single day on their own and the community's behind them. But just wanted to take a second to thank you guys for that and say I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment this morning? I've been watching everyone sign. Seeing none, we will move on to commission input. If any member of the commission would like to give input today. First up.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Good morning. I just would like to give a shout out to law enforcement. On April 26th, I was on my way to a very exciting event for me, and I was running a little late. And as I was leaving my home, I noticed that there was a woman walking along the street that seemed out of sorts. So I pulled over, and it was an elderly woman, about 80 years old, that had been missing. This was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, had been missing since 8 o'clock this morning, or that morning rather. And I promptly called 911. And Sheriff, you'll be glad to know that one of our wonderful deputies, Deputy Dominguez, was one of the ones that responded. And he was very kind and patient with this elderly woman. I'd also like to thank Officer Lozano from LCPD and the fire people that showed up on that day. She was very disoriented and dehydrated and rather confused, but they all came together to help this woman, and they were able to track down her family and get her back to her family. So shout out to our wonderful law enforcement and fire department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Rock, paper, scissors. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that I do have input, but it won't be until the appointed board report backs.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And apologies, Commissioner Gomero. I know, as you noted, I know you have some report backs, but I did want to make a couple of comments about the concerns with CRUA, and I think the news that that failed or the exceedance they had on the arsenic test that they performed in the industrial area. And I admittedly am not on the board, nor am I involved in their day-to-day activities, but I did want to note a couple of items. One is that when we had a presentation last year by JC and CRUA, one of the comments I made was that they had to get a lot better about the nuts and bolts operations, the basics. And the reason I said that is because at the time there was so much emphasis on testing, and we see it again. There's testing. That's great, but testing's reactive. Testing is reactive. Testing tells you when it's already exceeded a certain amount. And that's exactly where the concern was, is that I don't know whether the operations have followed through. It's great that they have met, 53 out of 56 items from the state, but it's easy to do. I shouldn't say easy to do, but when you have a checklist of things you're supposed to do to get to where you're to get to the end, it's obviously a lot easier. But once they don't have that checklist, then what? That's why I say their processes need to be good. Their surveillance needs to be better. And that's where my concern is that while it's just one test, and I think, or one area, and they have addressed it, and so they say that's the process working, but there needs to be more proactive, not reactive. And I think, as we've seen today, and we've continued to see, is that there is a concern, and there's really no room for error, because when it comes to the public trust, they need to be able to work and ensure that they're meeting the needs. And so I hope to hear more. And like I said, Commissioner Gameros, I know hopefully I'm not overstepping my bounds when I say that, but because I know you're actively on there, and I've appreciated the report back since even in your first meeting that you've had with that. So just wanted to make that point. Like I said, from previous comments, I hope that their operations take that into account and get better. The other item I wanted to bring up was another thing I brought up a couple of meetings ago, which was around the BLM ceding authority of the Roosevelt Reservation along the border to the Army. And along with that was essentially making a quote-unquote 60-foot strip along the border was now going to be part of an extended Army base. But what's even more concerning was that interpretation or communication was not accurate. The BLM has actually ceded all of the public lands that were south of Highway 9 to the Army, which is significantly more than the 60-foot section that was originally discussed. And the reason I say it's concerning is because they're public lands that now the public has no access to. If you access those lands and you step on them, you will be arrested, or at least the threat is there of being arrested for trespassing upon military property, which is how, as I mentioned the last time, that the immigrants or people that are coming across the border are being arrested, is that they get arrested for trespassing, and then they get brought before the federal court and then charged also for illegally entering the country. Why it's so concerning is not just because the government has been so blatant in taking over your public lands. We now see that they are trying to overturn the designation of the national monument here with the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument, which is all across the county. But at what point does it stop? Where do we normalize this? Do we normalize seeing the Army enforcing immigration? At what point do we start seeing them enforce domestic laws? As a county commissioner, I'm concerned because I don't want that to keep extending and we make this normal. Public lands are for the public. It's in their name. But taking them over so that it can be used by the military without any type of real notice other than what BLM had, as if they were doing anything else within BLM operations, it's ridiculous. It's concerning to me, and I hope that I feel like as a commission, as a county, we need to start standing up and saying, and at least pushing back. I know that's federal lands, it's public lands, but it's still in our county. These are, many people will say it's just the desert, so what? But that's our desert. How many people go out four-wheeling or, shooting in the desert or even just hiking? At what point will it stop? And we need to start standing up. The last thing to Mr. Veith coming up, I just want to point out very simply that no time has there ever been discussion on this commission, Mr. Veith, about assassination, about violence, or any of that nature. So I am bothered that when you come up to this podium, that you start referencing threatening language about the blue is not going to be able to do as well as the red, or there's going to be civil war or any of that. Because one thing that we've had, and I know you've been a visitor for quite a while here, we may have difference in opinions in our politics, but nowhere has it ever been threatening. I think we've been welcoming, we've had conversations on the side. So I do want to at least assert that and bring that out, is that we've always welcomed differences in opinion. Now, we don't see it eye to eye, and that's gonna happen with the public. We're never gonna be 100% in agreement. But my point very simply being is that let's have conversations. Let's make our differences in our politics known. But let's not resort to violence. There's no need for that. There's no need in violence in politics or at all when it comes to our communities and to how we interact. So that was simply my point, sir, is never in my comments did I demean you. And if you felt like I demeaned your service in the Army, I apologize. I respect all service members. And so, like I said, I hope going forward, simply that, let's have a political discourse. It may be opposing, but as we have had with open sessions where we have public input, we welcome you and we allow you to speak. And it's never about what you're gonna say or how you're gonna say it. We've always allowed people to speak. So I think that sums up, and I apologize for taking so much time, but I am concerned and just want to get a few of those things out there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay. I just wanted to say thank you to staff again. We did a State of the County address last week, and it was really great. We had over 100 people in attendance. All three ACMs and our county manager did a fantastic job highlighting the successes of our county, the successes of our staff, our departments, and highlighting the future and what that really looks like for our residents as well as staff, really. But I just want to give a huge shout out to them. Thank you so much for everything that you did to put that on. I know it was a heavy lift, but it was very, very well received by individuals in attendance and people in the community. And I really do appreciate that. That's all I have for today. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move on to county elected officials input. If any member of our elected officials would like to come up. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Commission. I'm here for one reason, but I want to thank Commissioner Sanchez. You are the first voice, sir, the first voice in a sea of elected officials who have spoken to this. I have been attempting to get to the bottom of militarization of our border for almost 2 months. I have a governor that won't respond, that doesn't answer. I have representatives who do not have answers. I asked BLM for a map, and what I got was a hand-drawn map of our border with no specifics as to how deep is that military base. Some days we call it Fort Huachuca. Well, if you don't know, Fort Huachuca is in Arizona. So did they expand that all the way to Sunland Park? Some days it's called something different. I have never heard it said about south of Highway 9. That's at least 5 miles, minimum 5 miles. And here's the problem. There is more to militarization of the border than just driving a Stinger missile tank onto an overlying perch and looking over a fence. What's the memorandum of understanding? If there's a dead body down there, even at the foot of the wall, do you know who that belongs to? DASO. DASO. It's a military reserve. Should be military police, shouldn't it? Shouldn't military police come? I guarantee you there will be an accident. And yes, it will probably be an accident, although a Stinger missile, if you don't know, can shoot 5 miles. Did you know that? And it can go 11,000 feet in the air. So that's a pretty wide swath to have an accident. It's going to happen. But we've been quiet. I haven't been quiet. You know me well enough to know I'm not. But the silence is deafening. I thank you very much. We don't often agree, but I agree wholeheartedly with you. Stand up. Stand up for your county. None of us can do this alone. Thank you very much. I will end my rant there, and I appreciate you queuing that up for me. I'm here today as some of my colleagues, they had to leave to go to arraignments this morning. Deputy Michael Hogue was selected by your side of the house, so to speak, for recognition today. We were told he would be recognized for service. We did not know who made the announcement or the recommendation. He was told it would be on the agenda. It is not on the agenda. So I am very willing to concede my time for you all to make this presentation. If you're not, I will. Deputy Hogue, come on up. I know enough about Deputy Hogue that I can tell you a few things. This was a wonderful recommendation by your board. Thank you for coming. This is a wonderful recommendation because I want to tell you that this gentleman's interest in his profession goes back several years. But most importantly, about 1 year ago, he came to me very excited and he said, "Ma'am, I've found a stolen, you remember this? A stolen vehicle out of Dallas. And it was off of a replica of a VIN plate." Okay, that's called cloning. And I won't go into the science of cloning cars, but I'm going to tell you it's very complex. And that's how a lot of cars are going unnoticed when they get stolen, right? So Deputy Hogue, Michael Hogue, came to me, actually to his supervisors, and said, I would like to be trained in this much higher effort of stolen car investigations. And that has led us in our intel unit to about 2 months ago, we recovered 23 stolen vehicles in Chaparral. 23 stolen cloned cars. I shouldn't say they disrupted a cartel-led, presumably cartel-led transportation of stolen vehicles between Dallas, us, and Phoenix. I can't thank this gentleman enough. There's his colleague, Trini, who has been as interested as him. But without this kind of initiative, you would not see this kind of success. I thank you very much. Sure. Want to say anything? Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. If you want to go ahead.
Okay, any other county elected? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair Saldra Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, and Gameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Just giving our little update that we like to give every BOCC meeting when we get the moment to come over. Our notices of value did go out by May 1. So now this is now the protest season. When a person receives their notices of value and do not agree with that value, this is where they can either go online to our website and they can get the form, fill out the form and get that to our office, or they could come in person and we can assist them in filling out that form. What this will entail is once they fill out that protest form, it'll go to the residential appraiser or the commercial appraiser or the land guy, and they will look at these and sit and look over and see, is there an error? Because we are human and errors do happen. We will then reach out to the customer and sit with them and let them know how we came to these numbers. And if we need to make changes, they, at this point, will sit and decide what needs to happen. If they do not find a resolution to that, then that's when we will actually go to the official protest board, which will be now in August, September, and we're possibly thinking maybe October. So once again, anyone that has received their notice of value and is not or does not agree with the value that was placed on there, please reach out to our office so that we can start the next process. The official protest paperwork is due 30 days after the mailing of the notice of value. Being that now in May, we will have a holiday, and then also the first falls on a Saturday. So the protest paperwork is due to our office by Monday, June the 2nd by 5 p.m. Our front office is currently working on the value freezes, veterans, exemptions, head of household. Once again, these are 30 days after the notices of value are sent out. So anybody wanting to apply for the veteran exemption, head of household, valuation freeze, please reach out to our office because you only have 30 days after the notice of value. Once again, we have this year that the legislation did pass the new exemption for veterans from 4,000 to 10,000. So we are accepting those certificates. The voters also, and legislation did work on now every veteran that has some sort of disability, percentage disability, will get an extra exemption. However, that is not until 2026. So this year we are not accepting those certificates. We will be more than happy come January, we will take the percentage certificates so that we can apply those to next year. And once again, they will technically have till the 30 days after the notices of value are sent out to bring those certificates to us. So thank you for your time.
Any other elected official comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to staff input.
Thank you, Chair. We have a couple staff that are going to give some updates. The first one is Jamie Michael, giving an update that was per board request. So thank you for your time today, Jamie.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Just here to give you a brief review of the expenditures for the healthcare assistance program. So because we're talking about dollars, I do have a slide to help us out. What you see is 3 years, the revenue and expenditures for fiscal year 24. It's actual revenue and expenditures. For the current fiscal year of 25, it's what we expect in the revenues and expenditures. And then for 26, it's the projected revenues and expenditures. The revenue in the healthcare assistance or indigent fund is primarily gross receipts tax, but in fiscal year 24 and 25 and previous to that, it's always included an additional $1 million from the health fund that was transferred into the healthcare assistance fund, but when the commission removed the designation for some of the funds, that stopped. So that's why you see the projected revenue for next year is less than previous years. The next slide shows we went with the actuals for fiscal year 24, and these are the list of contracts, their award amount, and their expended amount. For the current fiscal year, it has not changed much. This is kind of the standard list of agencies that receive funding under the healthcare assistance program, and there you see the dollar amounts for each of those contracts. So with that, I don't know if I stand for questions or follow up with commissioners at a later date.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions on any of this?
Mr. Chairman, just one.
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Michael, and I know we had some emails that we discussed, and so I was hoping, I think one of the questions that had been asked to me, and if you're okay with, I figured, I know you already answered me on email, but I just want to at least put it in, at least in the public, was, one thing when we asked when we're out of healthcare assistance funds, what then happens? Because I think what had been, I think there was some concern that they're being told that there's no more funding available.
Yes, Commissioners. So typically with at least Ben Archer and La Clinica, the two largest FQHCs, they do expend all of their HCAP funding that is for direct patient care early in the fourth quarter. And that's just how that's not anything new. It's primarily because there's just a fixed amount of funding available to divvy out to all of the organizations. It's also based on the proposals that we received from the agencies. So the amount of money that they requested and then the review of their proposal and what the review committee recommended as far as funding, because they're ranked, and then we get recommendations on funding. But it's also important to remember that as federally qualified health centers, they receive higher reimbursement rates because they do provide more comprehensive care. They provide care to a larger percent of people that are usually uninsured, so they get increased reimbursement rates, and they also get support from the federal government. So we're just a piece of the funding for the FQHCs. So the folks that receive care there will still receive care. The federally qualified health centers are required to continue care. That's a federal requirement. That's a requirement in our contract. So even if there is no more money in the contract for them to draw down, they are still required to continue to provide that care for the individual. They do offer a sliding fee, and they are not allowed to send people to collections if there are unpaid bills.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Mr.
Any other
Chair?
Yes.
I have a comment to that.
Of course.
So I sat with Virgil from La Clínica de Familia, and I asked him how this worked when they run out of funds for the indigent care. And he said, yes, they do put them on a sliding scale, and so their charge is a certain amount. But, I asked him, do they see this bill? And he says, yes, they do see this bill, and they are asked every time they go, if they can pay the bill in whatever amount. They're not forced to, but they see that bill, right? And I told him my concern with that bill is that they see that bill, and to me, I think that's a deterrent for them to go and get care when, they can't even afford it at that time. And say maybe they went in with 3 sick kids. That bill is, let's say the sliding scale is $25 per visit per person. That's $75 already. And so, like I said, some people just they're thinking that bill's just gonna go higher, and that does bother them. So yes, if no payment is made, they still receive care. But what will happen is at the end of that fiscal year, they zero it out, right? And then they start afresh. But that's my concern, is that the individual is still seeing a bill, and I don't want them to stop seeing a doctor when they need care. So, for me, that's a deterrent. So that's the issue I have.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Camaros, I truly believe what you're saying is reality, and we want to remove as many barriers as possible because we know that preventative care, primary care really is the driver of health. We don't want people waiting and then going to emergency departments. That's not healthy, and that's not economical. So if you see here, some of the contracts weren't completely expended 100% because we had some money in previous years reserved for patient education or provider professional development. So this year, we allowed them to take those funds and use them for direct patient care. So it put a little more money in that line item. We're also, we did increase, you all approved a amendment to La Clinica's budget just last month, so we increased theirs slightly. And as we talked yesterday, I will work with the FQHCs to renegotiate the unit rate because we may not be able to give them more money, but we may be able to reduce that unit rate so the money that we give them lasts longer and covers more people's visits.
So with just thinking out loud, which I tend to like to do a lot, So we have a database of anyone that has received indigent care money to pay a bill, correct?
A database of the contractor or the patient?
Patient.
Yes.
Is there a way that we can send out a letter from the county stating if you are receiving indigent, because they have to be qualified per year, correct?
They have to requalify after April
Every year.
15th each year.
Is there a resolution that we need to do, or is this something that your staff can do to where part of the requalification, they are told that if they receive a bill from a provider, that they are not responsible for said bill at the end of the year? Because that's factual, correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, we can send letters. It's not factual for all the contractors. It would be factual for the 3 FQHCs, and I can work with those 3 FQHCs to make sure we word it correctly. And then in the letter, we would just be very specific with which providers that is applicable to.
Okay. And I would, with that being said, I would caution how much we love our FQHCs. They do amazing work for our community. But I would caution how much information. I believe that is a narrative that the county needs to do a better job of letting our indigent care recipients and patients know. So if that needs to be a part of the onboarding process, so there's more transparency about what they're going to be experiencing that year, I would say that should definitely be something that we look at it as a county. Because if I got a bill and I was unaware of the programmatics and the mechanics behind the indigent care, I'd probably freak out as well. So I think that we can do a better job at communicating that from the county. And I think that would definitely help individuals, to Commissioner Gamedos's point, about when they receive a bill, understanding what that is, because I guarantee you, at the end of the bill, it doesn't say you're an indigent care patient, don't worry about it, we got you.
Just kidding.
Winky face or anything like that. So I definitely think that we can do a better job at providing that information. Also, we still get, even though the fund is out of money, I would imagine that we still get a bill from the FQHC, even if that pot is expended.
Commissioner, I need to double check that. Previous years, we received reports with number of encounters, even if the funding was depleted, but I'm not sure if we still, we do not continue to get those reports.
So that might be a report that we want to get from the FQHCs, highlighting the individuals that received care. So that way, maybe we don't have to tell every single indigent care recipient that, you know, they're covered at FQHCs, here's your FQHC. I mean, we can definitely do that on the front end, but I think on the back end, as they receive care, we can be proactive in calling them, reaching out to them, sending them a message, emailing them, texting them, whatever it is, letting them know you will be getting a bill from Amador Health. Please be advised that your status with the indigent care, that will be negated at the end of the fiscal year. I mean, we can do better at that, I think. So I would definitely recommend that. And Commissioner Gamedos, if that's something that you want to definitely get on board with, I think we can kind of go through that together.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that solution.
Sorry, I think out loud, Jamie, I apologize.
No, that's all right. I appreciate that. And we will have to continue to think about that. We definitely can send letters. We do try to create a pretty secure wall between our staff and the database. So we know their HCAP number, their address, and that information, but we don't know who gets care where, because we don't want to be responsible for any protected information. We try to stay away from HIPAA and anything like that. So I don't know how specific we can get with, I know that Jamie went to Ben Archer. So we may be able to do that, but I'll just have to think that through a little bit to make sure we're still keeping that privacy wall between our staff and that data.
Okay, and how many individuals have we qualified this year for indigent care?
3,500? About 3,500.
3,500, okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Jamie,
All
for
right.
putting this together.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jamie. Next up, we have an update from our HR Director, Meg Haynes.
Hello, Chair Sheldro Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners. My name is Meg Haynes, and I'm the Human Resources Director for Doña County. With me today is Christina Mendez, one of our HR administrators and benefits. So today we are here to go ahead and take a moment and recognize people that participated in our April Employee Recognition Awards. So I'd like to start with who was nominated. The following employees were nominated, and I would like to say that we've had such a great response to this. Everybody can see that our employees are the backbone of the county, and I'm really happy to see that people are being recognized. So with that said, our nominees are Juan Aguirre from HHS, Willie Coronado from Detention Center, Jamar Cotton from the Sheriff's Office, Richard Fritz from Facilities, Norberto Godina from HHS, Karen Hernandez from the Clerk's Office, of course, Michael Hogue from the Sheriff's Office, Natalie Ramirez from HHS, Yvette Rodriguez from IT, Kyan Sherman from the Clerk's Office, Jacob Slaughter from the Clerk's Office, Husheng Soljo from the Sheriff's Office, and Sean Spain from Human Resources. So those were all our nominees. So we'd like to congratulate them for being nominated. And now for the people that were selected for Employee Recognition Awards for April. First, we have Sean Spain. Sean Spain is an HR administrator, and the comments that led to her being selected for Employee of the Month for internal service were, on multiple occasions, department staff have mentioned that they missed Sean as their HR administrator. As you know, the HR administrators rotate departments that they support. Also, Sean's performance deserves recognition based on her thoroughness and professionalism. So congratulations, Sean. She couldn't be here with us today. And then as I read the next two, as I read your name, if you could please come up to the podium and see Christina for your certificate. The first one that I would like to announce is Natalie Ramirez from HHS. Congratulations, you are our Employee of the Month for External Customer Service. Among some of the comments that led to Natalie being selected were, she goes above and beyond her community of Chaparral. An example of this is when she worked overnight a couple of days during the freezing weather to keep her center open as a warming station. So thank you, Natalie, for all your commitment and your service. And then next, we have, as you heard earlier, Deputy Hogue from the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Kim Stewart gave him a warm welcome and had some wonderful words to say. So I'd just like to add to that, Deputy Hogue, thank you for your service. And part of what got you nominated or selected was that on the nomination form, it said Deputy Hogue's dedication and commitment, start to end, is what we all strive to do for our public. And I think that was well said, and we want to appreciate you for all your service and your hard work. Thank you. So, once again, thank you. And then I think Corey may be taking pictures of you. So thank you once again. One more round of applause for them. And as we continue with Employee Recognition Awards, we are accepting nominations for May Employee of the Month for internal service, external service, and then also our Special Recognition Award. Thank you.
Thanks, Meg. Next up, we have an update from Jonathan Macias, our Assistant County Manager.
Ooh,
That's an aggressive font shift. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager. As we endeavor to give you updates when we travel, I wanted to let you know about the symposium that took place last week. I was requested to present at the symposium, and so it occurred in Okeowinga, which is just north of Santa Fe. So real quick, just wanted to share with you the topics and the highlights included energy policy review, including some of the legislative updates that came directly from the source. The topic that I spoke on specifically on behalf of County Manager Andrews and in support of our economic development efforts was balancing environment, climate change, and economic development policy in New Mexico. There's also a track regarding permits, policy, and power, and clearing the path for New Mexico. And one of the things that struck me most was Cabinet Secretary Melanie Kenderdine was very specific on the concept of, rather than us focusing on the Energy Transition Act that was voted on and actually encouraged by the governor in 2019, is that instead of us looking at it from an energy transition perspective, looking at it in terms of energy expansion, especially as we're facing the opportunities for business expansion all over the state, and not all of the utilities being able to provide the immense amount of loads that we are seeing for some of these opportunities. The other major topics is at that symposium that it was related to some of the major initiatives that we have here, as y'all have heard about Borderplex Digital and what they are looking to cite. There's also discussions about geothermal, and then also being able to balance loads with some of the various fuels. A lot of us think about renewables, but when we talk about energy density and what they can output, it's not necessarily comparable to the likes of natural gas. And the last thing is that, as I mentioned at the top, that this is actually led by legislators, including Rep. Tara Lujan, Rep. Meredith Dixon, which is the co-chair of our very own Rep. or Chairman Nathan Small, who sits on the Appropriation Committee, as well as Rep. Joseph Sanchez and Rep. Joseph Hernandez. And then also related, just yesterday, EM Nerd put out a long-term three-part phase related to the Energy Transition Act. And this is a follow-up from 2019 in terms of how we're going to plot economic vibrancy and economic development opportunities going forward, and how this will be a statewide initiative to be able to specifically state what the roadmap looks like. So phase one will be creation of the roadmap. I know Cabinet Secretary Kenderdine mentioned when I saw her last week that she was going to be having this press conference, and now she's off to some European country where she's going to talk about energy transition. So look out for some of those updates, and if any of you would like to see some of those slides, feel free to email either Amanda or Gloria, and we can get those over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have our interim fire chief here to make an introduction of a new staff member.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andy Bowen with the Fire Rescue Department. I'm here to introduce our newest member of the department, Deputy Chief Cody Haver. He's sitting in the back there. Deputy Chief. Deputy Chief Haver comes to us from the Las Cruces Fire Department, where he served many years, and he will be serving as the County Fire Marshal and the Deputy Chief in charge of fire prevention. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, congratulations.
We have one more quick update from our
okay.
IT director. Kent English is making his way up.
Good morning, Kent.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I just want to take the opportunity to recognize the passing of a county employee, colleague, and a friend, Bob Bunting. He worked for the county for 17 years and just retired earlier this year. And I just wanted to recognize him and his contributions to the county, the IT department, and to his community as he helped to push forward all the broadband initiatives. So I just wanted to recognize him and say how much we appreciated him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. That is all, Chair.
Awesome. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a note, and I guess Mr. Macias already walked out, but I would love to maybe in an upcoming work session, look to see if we might be able to, following back on, I was reading through, trying to quickly skim through this letter that they put out by MNERD on energy transition. And I think my concern really is going to be that, when the next legislative session, it's a 30-day session, and it indicates that there's going to be potential legislative proposals or needs or actions to inform state legislators. I don't know. I feel like this is very weak language. So I don't know if there might be some discussion. We might be able to involve El Paso Electric, who has said they are a willing partner to want to work with us and see what they're seeing. But I think the only way there's going to be any type of legislative changes to this is, I think, one of two ways. If it's going to be in the next legislative session, it'll have to be on the call list from the governor. Otherwise, it won't be touched during the 30-day session. Or the other approach would be to wait until the next legislative session, the 60-day, but by then I believe we will have a new governor and we don't know where that will go. And so I'd like to maybe see if we might be able to have those discussions and figure out how we can, I guess I know as we have our lobbyists here, that might be something that we start getting more educated on as we move through the year. But
Yes, sir.
thank you, sir.
Awesome. Okay, next up, we do have commission appointed board report backs. If any commissioner has a report from one of their prior board meetings? No?
Mr. Chairman, I did want to just simply say that there'll be a couple of board meetings coming up or committee meetings tomorrow for myself. I'll be in the Mesilla Valley MPO meeting tomorrow afternoon, 1:30 here at the 1 p.m. Here at the Commission Chambers. And then on Thursday, we will be in having meetings for the South Central Solid Waste Authority, beginning interviews for the next executive director.
All three of us.
Yes. So, and then next week, I believe it'll be next week, I have to double check the date, but we also have an upcoming SCRTD meeting, which is generally on the 4th Thursday of the month. And so because of the way the month was aligned, it's a little earlier in the month than normal. So just wanted to at least let everybody know that those are the upcoming meetings, committee meetings that I'll be having. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Well, you stole my thunder. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the last meeting that I had with South Central Council of Governments, pretty much the only thing that really stood out was that they were going to start building their new administration building at Elephant Butte area. Let's see, the El Paso MPO, they're doing that reimagine I-10, where they're redoing that corridor from New Mexico state line down east, I think, right? I think, yes, yeah, the whole east. They're going to be on the segment 2, which is from Executive Center to Copia Street. They will be going from 3 to 5 lanes to 4 to 6 lanes, both ways, for about a 6-mile distance. They'll be adding 2 lanes to the frontage road each direction as well, along with some ramp improvements. So far, the Texas State Fund will be at about $183 million for that section. Let's see. Also, so that's phase 1 is going to actually be from SS 1966 to Campbell Street. That looks like that's going to be in 2028. We were actually approving to program that right away on the phase 1 funding of $5 million construction into fiscal year 2028. And in phase 2 and 3, that'll be in fiscal year 2029. They also are switching over, they're transitioning over to a new platform, a GIS system. That's to share data with the public, for crashes and injuries and stuff like that on the road. Let's see. So last but not least is CRUA. I attended my first board meeting yesterday. And yes, there were concerns there from residents about communication. I think that's the one big main issue that CRUA has right now is the lack of communication. And, for me, I have always said that if you don't have communication flowing, that's a lack of transparency, and that just makes you look guilty in a way. But, so for me, I'm always like, let's communicate. I am working along, and hopefully while I'm there, I can start having those open lines of communication. I did request for our executive director, JC, to start having some tours of the facilities. And so that way the staff can go ahead and start, letting them know this is what we do, and then people can ask their questions. So that one, I know he was going to send out an email to certain community leaders, especially Empowerment Congress, to join this tour. Let me see here. As for the time change, that was brought up, and as a board, we pretty much had a general consensus of the time change, that they were okay with that time change. What we just need to do on this next meeting is bring up the resolution to change the Open Meetings Act, to change that time, right? So hopefully we'll be seeing that next month in the next meeting that we have. And hopefully then by July, we should have the later time meetings. For the Citizens Advisory Committee, yesterday was, no, actually, I had a meet and greet with some residents. Oh my God, the days are like blurs for me. I think it was a Wednesday at the Sunland Park Senior Citizen Community Center. And so I got to listen to community members there as well about the situation with the water. And that's when I first learned about the Citizens Advisory Committee, and that they had concerns about, the majority of the members on that board were going to be either, city officials or CRUA individuals as well. So I did make a comment yesterday as to the majority of those board members should be citizens, or the community leaders that, have been pushing the voices forward for them. And maybe like one or two members would be the, city or an elected official or somebody that's, has the understanding of that technology. So hopefully that will change as well, and we will start to hopefully move that forward. As for the April 23rd, when CRUA had that 12 parts per billion come out over the amount of 10, that definitely they were out of compliance. They did state that when that happened, they did take measures into, bringing that figure down. And, they kept stating that that's a non-compliant testing result that they did, and they had sent it out to the third party. I just wanted some clarification as to what they meant by a non-compliance testing result. A non-compliant testing result, I believe is what the word was. And, what they meant by that was the testing was not part of them being compliant. They were taking it upon themselves to test the system once a month and send it out to a third party. Since it did come back with that overage, they are now testing it weekly and sending out a testing result to the, I think it's every 2 weeks now, right? The next 2 weeks, to send out the testing result to that third party as well. And they just want to make sure that, they are backing themselves up and making sure that the system is doing what they need to do. Like I said, the system will correct the situation. when that comes out according. And so I know the third party, Eric Lopez from Vidal, he did mention that he didn't want to put too many chemicals in the system for people already. So, you know, there's a certain amount and it's automated to where if there is a overage, the system will kick in and put the chemical, the proper chemical to bring down the levels. So let me see here. I think that is, yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other report backs? Okay, Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mr. Chair. There's an investment advisory committee meeting scheduled for Tuesday, the 20th, from 10 to 11 in the Treasurer's Conference Room. Just to let you know.
Awesome.
That's it.
Perfect. Commissioner Gametos, I love your report backs. I really do. I feel like I learn something whenever you give us your board report back, so I really appreciate that. Okay. Next up, we do have 3 presentations today. The first one is item number 16, which is the Digital Guardians supporting the county's app and data. And we have Mr. Matthew Hahn here today. Welcome. I like your tie.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Matthew Hahn, and I lead the applications team here. And we wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of what we've done and what we're doing and who we are. Let's see if I can figure out how to use this. Alrighty. Here's a little bit about our mission statement and things like that. But really, at the core, we are working on finding solutions to county problems using technology. We work with departments so that departments can work with the constituents and solve their problems. That is the core of what we do. We're a very small team. We have 2 programmer analysts and a database administrator. We're hopefully getting a system administrator here in FY26. So both me and my boss, Jeff, we're definitely working managers. We're a very small team. And what do? We have over 20 applications across all the departments, over 100 databases across 10 database servers and 4 database technologies. What that allows us to do here is there's a lot of primary responsibilities there. But what we mainly do is we work with the departments to find new software for them, to implement new software, to solve their needs. We configure and reconfigure the software to meet evolving needs. And of course, we fix problems, troubleshoot, and things like that. On the data side, we work on a lot of building new integration systems with other agencies and other systems to get that data across the board. We write reports to get the data for departments so that they can make decisions. And we, of course, work really hard to make sure all of our data is safe and secure. Here are some of our team goals and how they align with the county strategic initiatives. We'll get back to that later. But major accomplishments. The biggest one, of course, we've been working on is Workday. Jeff Abruzzi will give a status update on exactly where we are, but since my team was working on it, from our perspective, over the last year, we've been able to consolidate many systems from payroll, finance, and HR systems into a nice new modern system that is both a lot more stable and a lot more secure. It's given us a lot of ability to get a lot more data out in an easier way. I think Lucio from Budget is going to have some really cool stuff during budget season to show you guys. And a lot more integrations. We've already implemented several integrations with our benefit providers and other agencies, and we are definitely looking on doing more. This definitely helps reduce a lot of the manual entry that our employees do so they can work on more important things like serving constituents. We've done a lot of work on business continuity. We have implemented a new backup system that allows us to store data both here and securely offsite in the cloud to ensure that our county operations stay running. And we've implemented a lot new monitoring systems to ensure security and availability and to track upcoming problems. and of course, related to security. We've done a lot of work on the back end on security, but some of the major kind of touch points is we just finished a 2-year project to make sure implement multi-factor authentication to make sure all of our systems are more secure in the cloud. We've also implemented DonyaAnna.gov. I'm sure you guys might have seen that. By doing a new domain that's a lot more recognizable, it ensures we help increase our secure communication. All of our emails are now going out as DonyaAnna.gov, and we're working on implementing more pieces of that. Alrighty. A lot of risks and challenges. Most of these can kind of be summarized with just keeping up with security and technology and staff retention. That's a big one here, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Our end user satisfaction based on surveys, we're at about 70, 80 to 80% currently, and we really want to get to the 80 to 90 and eventually the 90 to 100. So that's currently where we are. So we're not big on tickets in my system, in my area, but we do a lot of tickets and some metrics. We can see here finance and HR are our 2 primary departments that we do a lot of work for, but we do a lot of work for all of the departments. Our SWOT analysis. For our biggest strengths, one of the biggest strengths we have is several of our employees have over 20 years of experience here, and I myself have 17 years of experience here, and that gives us a lot of institutional knowledge so that we understand our departments and we can help them figure out new solutions for that. On the flip side of this, we do have problems with retaining employees, the younger employees, and so that's listed under our threats and weaknesses. General stuff, learning about Workday, getting some training. Of course, we're always worried about external actors and making sure we're getting off of legacy stuff. Working on improvement, definitely doing some working with HR and management to help with retention of employees. We're working on a lot of training, all on Workday and trying to actually hire some employees and vendors for that. And of course, once we learn more about Workday, each time we learn more, we can leverage it more and more. Migrating old processes to Workday and trying to just make everything more efficient. Our future goals. The biggest, stabilize and expand Workday. Workday we're working on getting it up to where we were with our legacy system. There's still some gaps we're still working on, and we're working hard on those. And we're also working to try to do new features, such as advanced scheduling and things like that. And of course, lots of integrations. We already have 3 integrations already planned, and we have lots more coming. We are working on looking at new applications for different departments. Facilities and engineering are working on a project management system called Procore. We're trying to get that up. And of course, we're also looking into what we can do for a mobile county mobile app to kind of consolidate all of our information for an app for the constituents. And then, of course, our last piece is documentation and training. We have a new IT training expert. We're going to be working with him. We're trying to create a new framework so that we have a consolidated space for tech training for across the county's employees. So not just IT, but all of our county employees, trying to get them some training in tech and things and Workday that they need. And so that's going to be a big push for us. And I think that got us through it. Is there any questions?
Thank you so much for this presentation. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this?
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I just was going to make a comment, and I appreciate the data and the metrics that you're using to try to figure out how do we get from, from your, I think what you said, the 80% mark up to the 90%. But excited to see that the operationalization of metrics and measuring, and as well as the implementation of or having the full plan on how we do it. So really appreciate the
We're
work.
very metric oriented, and so trying to find out how we get from here to there.
Well, and hopefully, if people think, I think IT sometimes is a black box. But when we need help, they put in a help desk ticket, and then you all show up and then work your magic. But it's nice. I think hopefully people understand, what it is. At least shed some light on everything you're working on and why and how you operationalize it. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Awesome, thank you. Okay. Next up, we do have item number 18, which is our assessor's annual yearly report, and we do have Madam Assessor Gina Montoya Ortega. Welcome. Madam Assessor, before you get started, I just wanted to point out that this is under presentations today. You will have to provide us a resolution for board approval at a future meeting in order to have the board approve the 1% fund and your evaluation plans.
Okay.
So make sure that you get with, Carrie left. If you can please get with our county attorney as well as finance to make sure that it runs through the proper things before the resolution is presented to us. So we'll go ahead and do the presentation today, but you will have to make sure that you get that done.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Sheldra Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, and Gameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Mr. Adrian Acosta. He's our data analyst coordinator in our office, does our IT stuff. Also, we need to give him credit. He's the one that puts these reports together for us and crunches a lot of the numbers. Also, Ms. Tanja Hazen, our chief appraiser, she plays a really big role in helping us get this together. So Adrian might cut in and he can explain the numbers a little bit better. So once again, this is the presentation of our 2025 annual report, property valuation and maintenance plan, which is a report the assessor is required to submit to the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to Section 7-36-16 NMSA 1978. On the first page, you will find our assessor's mission statement, which is the assessor's office is committed to providing a well-managed office that will serve the public and business community while maintaining current and correct values on all property. The next page, you will find the responsibility of the county assessor is to determine and maintain current and correct values of property, which is State Statute 7-36-16 NMSA. On the following page, you will find the preface. The preface states that the property valuation maintenance plan is prepared in accordance with 7-36-16D NMSA 1978 to aid the Board of County Commissioners in determining whether or not the county's assessor is operating an efficient program of property valuation maintenance and aid in determining the amount to be allocated, God bless you, to her for this function, herein called the Valuation Maintenance Program, and 7-38-38.1D NMSA 1978. Expenditures from the County Property Valuation Fund shall be made pursuant to a property valuation program presented by the county assessor and approved by the majority of the county commissioners, herein called the inspection/appraisal program. The report sets forth new improvement values added to the valuation records due to new construction, additions to buildings, remodels, and any deletion of property, and contains the relationship of sale of prices, properties sold to the values of the same properties determined by the assessors for tax assessment purposes. The New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, in accordance with 7-36-16D NMSA 1978, states, shall not approve the operating budget of any county in which there is not an adequate allocation of funds to the county assessor for the purpose of fulfilling her responsibilities for the property valuation maintenance under this section. If the Department of Finance and Administration questions the adequacy of any allocation of funds for this purpose, it shall consult with the department, the Board of County Commissioners, and the county assessor in making its determination of adequacy. On the next page, you will see the sheets, our budgets that we have received from finance, and it does show what we have currently or what has been in our 1% as well as the general fund. After the budget sheets, we actually have our organizational chart. And on the page after that explains currently where our salaries are coming out of. Currently, we do have all our salaries coming out of our general fund. We have 34 field positions. We have 16 vacant positions, and we have for a total of 50 employees. On the next page, you will find our property tax code calendar. This is a calendar that the Department Property Tax Division puts together that all assessors are required to follow. It states the statutes on how and why we have to do things such as mailing out our notices of value, presenting to the BOCC, and so on and so forth. The next sheet, you will see our current versus prior year increases or decreases. And I will go ahead and let Mr. Adrian Acosta kind of give you a little rundown on this because it's something good to be proud of.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just want to let you know that in 2025, we added about $500 million in taxable value. And although this might not matter much, about 35 tax exempt values. It's a breakdown between residential land, non-residential land, improvements, mobile homes, and business personal property and livestock.
And that is 35 million. Also then on the next page, you'll find our program components. Basically, it says customer service. Our front office is in charge of the customer service. Even though our appraisers and appraiser assistants out well in the field, they do also provide customer assistance. But our front office focuses on assisting customers with filing for head of family exemptions, veteran exemptions, disabled veteran exemptions, increases on valuation of residential property, or increases for single-family dwellings occupied. As of 2025, these numbers will change or could change because we have not completed all the process of all the paperwork. Currently, we have 26,978 households that have head of household exemption. We have 6,849 veteran exemptions. We have 1,681 fully disabled veterans, and we have 1,376 low-income valuation freezes. The following page, I will defer this to Adrian. When we came and presented the last time in reference to how the HB 47 was going to affect the county, Commissioner Sanchez had asked how would this affect each of the different school districts. So Mr. Adrian Acosta took that task on and can kind of give you a little explanation on that as well.
Good morning again. So in 2024, overall, we were poised to lose about $700,000 due to this veteran exemption when it was $4,000 off. This year with HB 47 passed, overall, we're poised to lose almost $2 million in taxes collected that we would be collecting. The county alone will miss out about $600,000, and each school district, each municipality will lose a certain amount, as we see on these charts here. On the next page, it's regarding fully disabled veterans. And last year, we were poised to lose about $3.5 million in taxes that we would collect. This year, it's almost $4 million, and this will be subject to change because we're currently in our rendition period where people are coming in and applying for exemptions, or we might even lose some.
The next screen is our sales ratio study. A sales ratio study appraised values are compared to true market value indicators, sales prices. The price-related differential, also known as PRD, is used to measure value-related inequities in the appraisal system, referred to as regressive or progressivity. A PRD between 98 and 103% shows that the low and high value sale prices are equally appraised. The overall PRD for Doña County is 100.6, indicating that the appraised values for Doña County are equally appraised. The coefficient of dispersion, COD, is the most common measure of uniformity in sales ratio studies. COD measures the dispersion of ratios around the median ratio. It indicates how tight the ratios are clustered around the median ratio. Doña County's median ratio is 99.9%. The median between 90 and 100%, between 90 and 110% is well within the IAAO standards. The Office of the Doña County Assessor has begun to undertake projects which will assist with the collaboration of the models within our computer-assisted mass appraisal, which is our CAMA system. These projects and calibrations are ongoing and will ensure clean and accurate data to assist with the goal of fair and equitable assessments for the residents of Doña County. On the next slide, you will see the key functions. The key functions is to discover, value, and list all real property, personal business property, and livestock. We are responsible for the entire Doña County, which is 3,800 square miles, which also includes the city of Las Cruces, Mesilla, Hatch, Anthony, Sunland Park, and towns in between. We have 96,941 parcels of real property. We have 17,852 mobile homes. We have 13,086 plus personal property accounts, and we have 612 livestock accounts. The assessor's office, on the next slide, you will see the assessor's office funding sources is our general fund and our 1% fund. Once again, I will defer to Mr. Adrian Acosta to go over the next slide, which is a taxable valuation comparison.
Okay, so these next pages, we're just comparing year-to-year basis. So from 21, 22 overall, we gained about 5.7%. And there's a breakdown between residential and non-residential values. The next page, which is from 22 to 23, we gained about 6.78%. Then the next page, which compares 23 to 24, about 6.71%. And then the next page, which is 24 to today, we gained about 7.1%. The next page is just a graph of those other charts. So we've been progressively increasing since 2001, even back then. Then here's our estimated property tax revenue. So overall, for each entity from Doña County to the schools and to municipality, we're potentially going to collect about $178 million. And 1% of that, which the assessor would collect, would be about 1.7 million. The county alone will collect about 63 million.
So of that 178 million, the assessor's office should have approximately $1,782,000 applied towards its 1% reappraisal fund. We currently just, we had our exit interview with Property Tax Division yesterday. So on this next screen, you will actually see Property Tax Division 2024 evaluation deficiencies. In a couple of weeks, we will actually have how our evaluation went, and we will come and re-present what the deficiencies that they did find in our office. Unfortunately, we do have some deficiencies, and we will just work on to correct them next year. That's the only thing that we can do. Also attached, you will find the reappraisal plan with Tyler Technologies. Attached is a Tyler Technology reappraisal plan from Fairfield County, Ohio. Doña County is also interested in implementing Tyler Technologies for the reappraisal efforts. Should it not be Tyler Technology, we will look for another entity that can assist us with our reappraisal project. We would like to also hire Tax Management Associates. This company will actually focus on, for example, like the big box stores, they will actually go in there and audit them and make sure that they are reporting their business personal property. The gentleman that we had spoken to, out of every 4 that they do, they will find 3 businesses that are not complying with what they should. So once again, that is a loss of revenue for our county when these entities are not reporting what they should. Once again, hire tax management associates. We would like to, on here, we actually have to sign a new contract with Eagle View for Change Finder. We actually did sign that contract at the end of last year. And after I read this next page, and I will kind of explain a little bit about the Eagle technology. As per state statute, as per the New Mexico State's statutory requirements, it is the responsibility of the assessor's office to conduct property reappraisals every 2 to 4 years to ensure accurate and fair property valuation for its tax purposes. Unfortunately, we have been unable to fulfill this duty due to financial constraints stemming from the confusion of the assessor's 1% fund. Historically, the 1% fund, which is intended to finance reappraisal activities, has been combined with our assessor's office general fund. The merging of these two funds depleted the resources that are crucial for conducting the mandated reappraisals. The last reappraisals for the Doña County Assessor's Office was conducted in 2008. Recognizing the importance of rectifying this issue, we are taking corrective measures. Starting this year, we plan to work with finance and to strictly allocate all operating expenses to the assessor's general fund, ensuring that the 1% fund is preserved for its original purpose. However, due to the prolonged period of noncompliance, we require our 1% fund resources to undertake a 24-month reappraisal project. Therefore, once again, we are formally requesting an allocation of $4 million back to our 1% fund from the county general fund to aid with the reappraisal project. This funding will enable us to meet our statutory obligations and ensure that the property assessments are brought up to date, reflecting current market values and ensuring fairness and equity in our tax system. The next slide is actually 4 pages. This is, which was reviewed at the end of last year, which was renewed at the end of last year. This new contract that we signed in the past, we used to have a 3-inch resolution. So basically we have a flyover every other year. And when they would take those photos from the airplane, we would have down to a 3-inch resolution. With this new contract that we had, and we just recently had another flyover, we now have a 1-inch resolution. This will actually be very useful when we actually do our reappraisal project, because this is where they will utilize this system to help with the reappraisal. After those 4 pages, we actually have 26 pages of described how we would conduct our reappraisal project. Should we use Tyler Technologies? So I'm not going to go into all 26 pages. You have them. You've had time to look at them. So, and as commission, so that's pretty much the end of the presentation. And on that final page, I did have the requisite signatories. However, Chair Sheldra Hernandez said that I will have to come back and present this to the BOCC. So we will do that here shortly.
Yes, and if you can please get with finance and Carrie, if you can work with her, please, to get that resolution done. Make sure it's routed properly through finance and you, just so that we get all of our check marks done. Thank you.
Yes, and I had reached out to the county manager's office to try to get a resolution done. We didn't believe we needed one. They did direct me to the legal department. I did have several emails. I don't think we've gotten back. So yeah, so we will work on getting that.
Carrie, and I emailed you April 8th about the resolution as well. So I'm not sure if there's an issue with emails. So if we can just check with that, please, just to make sure we're good, because it does need to be a resolution. It does say majority vote. Vote needs to be done by resolution, so that way we can process it through the clerk's office and make sure you're good with maybe one of those deficiencies will alleviate when we get that done. Commissioners, comments, questions, concerns? Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ortega.
Good morning.
I have a concern when you mentioned the amount of vacancies in your department, 16. Why?
We will be having interviews tomorrow. We will be having interviews the following week. It was a little bit back and forth working with HR. Also our office just being busy, trying to get stuff taken care of. So we will have interviews, like I said, tomorrow for one of the departments, title of deeds. And next week, we'll actually have our interviews for our residential appraisers. And hopefully by the week after, we should hopefully have the majority of our interviews done.
Okay, if I may follow up with a question, you're saying having the majority of the interviews done, but are you interviewing for the entirety of the 16 positions? Because really, this is a lot of revenue for the county. And if we're not keeping up on our reappraisals, and there are vacancies in the department, what can the county help you do to fill those? Because, I mean, it's just from your presentation, we're lacking the personnel.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners, yes, like I said, we are working. One of the issues that it wasn't an issue, it was some of the positions up front, especially our front counter staff. We have probably about 75% of our people that come in, that English is their second language. And that job description it didn't require that the front office staff be bilingual English, Spanish. So we were working with HR, we got that straightened out. For example, this week and last week that we've been having several customers come in for protests. All last week, I spent all week in the front counter or helping the front office staff that does not speak Spanish to translate. So we needed to ensure that that job description now does state that we do need bilingual English, Spanish speakers. So like I said, once again, just working with HR, I think we've got everything straightened out now. I'm just ready to just complete the interviews.
One last thing, Mr. Chair, thank you. Ms. Ortega, I'm aware that there is, and I can get the number for you because it's utilized at several courts, there is a number, a national number that one may call to provide interpreting services. They may not be certified interpreters, but at least that can give information or at least convey whatever the issue is to your staff and the responses from your staff to the people that are coming in, because to prolong this, I think, does a disservice to everyone. But thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Any other commissioners?
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm looking at the numbers. It looks like our appraisals have actually increased by 30% since 2021. And you said the money, the 1% fund has been merged in with your overall budget? So it's not allocated, or it's not in a specific fund that you can get access to? Is that correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Reynolds, yes. So the assessor's office is the only office that does have two funds. We have our general fund and we have our 1% reappraisal fund. And as Adrian had stated, all the taxes that are collected, the assessor's office is supposed to get 1% of all those revenues that are collected and placed into a separate fund. That fund is where the money will be used to hire additional staff if we needed, buy additional vehicles, buy computers, whatever it may be, so that we can do that reappraisal fund, reappraisal project. However, if you can look at the numbers, you can see where my 1% is. We haven't had a reappraisal since 2008. Technically, one was done in 2011 to 2014.
Right.
However, the assessor at that time, after those almost 4 years of work, did not utilize any of that material that all the staff that he had employed. They basically took those documents and dumped them. So none of that information that was collected. So even in those 4 years, some of that 1% was used.
Okay, well, the question I have is, of the amount that we have available, and you calculated, you said the 1% should actually have generated, is it 178,000 or 1,782,000, which is it?
Commissioner Reynolds, this year, with the projected notices of value that we sent out, should we collect the amount that was listed on there, the assessor's office should look to gain the $1.7 million put into their 1% assessor's fund.
Okay, so for the last year, how much should you have collected? About 1.5. Okay, because
it was about the same, yes,
about
Commissioner
1.5
Reynolds.
million.
Yes.
So if that was in your general budget, then is it still in your general budget, or did you find a way to spend it?
Commissioner Reynolds, I have not spent any of my 1%. You can actually see, when you look at the two budgets, what's there. And even to use the 1% reappraisal fund money, the assessors is not at liberty to just say, I'm going to use this money. When a project comes up, such as how I'm asking to do a reappraisal project, I need to come to the BOCC and request that I can use any of those funds from that 1%.
Oh, I get that. What I'm trying to figure out, though, is if your budget would have had 1.5 million allocated to 1% in order to do the reappraisals, but yet it was merged in with your other budget, so the funds weren't separated, then I agree that coming to the county commission to get permission to use that's fine. Do you have the extra $1.5 million in your budget that's not been used is my question.
Commissioner Reynolds, no, there is no $1.5 million in my 1%.
Okay, so that's what's confusing to me, is if I said, okay, we've got 4 million, and 1 million of it is supposed to be allocated for doing the reappraisals, and so that was put in your normal budget, then it seems like that 1% should still be available from your budget, especially with 16 positions unallocated. So I guess my confusion, and what I'd like to see and understand, is what happened to the money if it was supposed to be used for appraisals, and it wasn't, and yet you're still understaffed. It's just the numbers don't add up, that's my confusion. I'm trying to figure that out as I'm going through this presentation. I'm saying, well, if you're supposed to have 1.5 million, you were given it somehow as part of your budget, but yet it's gone. I'm confused, and I think that I think this board would like to have a better explanation of exactly where the money went, and if it's not in personnel and it's not in reappraisals, then it seems like, let's just say that, okay, you need 2 million for Tyler, or 4 million, let's say 2 million? Is that what, 4 million for Tyler? Well, if we look at what you should have in the budget, the 1.7 million based on the appraisals, then you already have half that money someplace in your budget. And so the numbers just aren't adding up, in my opinion.
Well,
So when you come back, I'd like to see you to help us to figure it out.
And on that whole wavelength that you're on, and it is a wavelength. So my question to you is on the 1% fund, and I feel like we had this conversation last year, maybe 2 years ago, and we kind of hammered this out, but the use of the 1% fund is for reappraisals.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez, yes.
And you have assessors that are being paid out of the 1% fund. Staffing.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez, as of last year, Finance actually helped move all of our salaries to the general fund.
Okay, but prior to that, the 1% fund was being used for the assessor's salary, equipment,
16.
programmatics.
See, I think up to 16 of them at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chair Sheldon Hernandez, that is correct. My first year that I came in, there was 17 of our staff members that their salaries were coming out of our 1%.
Okay, and the second year, how many?
Last year, I think the next second year, we had actually moved, I think 7 of those out, I think is what we worked with finance budgeting. And so as of this year now, when we met with them, all of my salaries for my staff has been moved to the general fund. Currently, if you look at my general fund, the only thing my general fund is paying for is salaries and benefits. The assessor's 1% fund is paying for all operational operations of the office, everything else that is not salary and benefits.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding is that there's money that has been spent out of the 1% fund for fiscal year 25.
24.
24, Commissioner.
24. FY 25. We're in FY 25,
Okay, yeah.
correct?
Correct.
And you have money out of your 1% fund.
If you actually look at the budget sheets that are attached, it does show, I believe that right now, in my 1%, I only have about $600,000.
So what has that money been spent on?
Well, if it's in the budget, it may still be there. You haven't.
Wait, say that again?
I said, well, if it's still in the budget and you've got $600,000, then it hasn't been spent.
But if it's 1% year over year, it should have a total of $3 million every
It
year.
should, actually, based on my research over the last few years, it should have had $14 million in it, but that's not there. So I think that's what the assessor is saying, is the money has been misappropriated in some way prior to her term, but that still leaves her in a situation where properly accessing and having and allocating that funds is still not corrected yet. And my concern is that we're not off the merry-go-round yet.
Okay.
We don't figure out a way we got to figure out what is supposed to be done with the money, where the money's supposed to be, how it's supposed to be used, how it's supposed to be spent, because right now we are in violation of several state statutes on how the money's been used. And I don't know I don't know what we can do to move forward with this until we get a better understanding of where the money's at and where the money should be and how we're going to allocate it and account for it. So that's my confusion. Looks like we have a comment from the Assistant County Manager.
I'll jump in real fast. I did confirm with the budget team, there's roughly 1.2 million there in the budget.
Okay, so there's 6 or 1.2? And why are
Mr. Chair, the difference that you're seeing in the numbers is current fiscal year versus restricted reserves.
Okay.
So the previous year's unspent funds from the 1% are in the restricted reserves. In order to get them out of restricted reserves, it will take the board saying that you authorize them to be pulled out and spent in a current fiscal year. That, by statute, my understanding is, will require that there be an approved assessment plan.
That's correct.
That they get spent on.
Got it.
That's correct. And in looking at this plan, I think that we still don't have a good idea of where the money's at and where the money's coming from and what we're going to do with it. So this plan says, yes, we want to use the money to pay for reassessments. That's part of it. But where's the money at? What money are we allocating? As a matter of fact, I think Chair's position to say that we need to get with legal and the county manager to figure out how to present this to the board in such a way that we can actually legally do what we're trying to do. That's the first challenge. The second challenge is, are we trying to sole source this to Tyler, or are we going out for bids to 3 other companies? Is this kind of a contract we need to figure out? Is there a CES contract we can use or something like that? And that hasn't also been presented as part of your plan. So I think the plan should be a little more comprehensive to help us understand exactly where the money's at, where the money's coming from, what we're going to do with it, and make sure we're legally qualified to do what we're trying to do. So I think a lot of that is missing from this plan. And we can tentatively look at this plan and say, yes, it's a good plan, but it doesn't have enough detail for us to take any action as a board, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's kind of where
That's right on.
So until we get a better plan, working with the county manager, assistant county manager, and legal, I think they'll help us to get to where we need to be as a board to make the right decision, get this done. That's just my thought. Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds, Chair Shalja Hernandez, Commissioners. So the first year that I came in, because the revenue, that 1% that's supposed to go into the general fund, if it's not, some of it is used throughout the year, because technically all year long we do reappraisals. We do send, some of that money will come from the 1%, but not all of it. So every year that money does not get used, it should roll over. And if you look at even 1.2 million, I mean, I just started year 3. So even that I've been here last year and year before, you're looking at, at least 1.5 million, so 4.5 million, and I haven't had a reappraisal. And prior to me, I'm not sure, but when I came in, I didn't have, approximately $14 million. I don't know.
So, and with that being said too, didn't we actually get a letter from DFA about this when you were interim, Mr. Lopez? Because there was a question that was asked to DFA about the 1% fund being used for staffing.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you are correct. And they did advise it can be used for staffing if you are hiring staff to do reappraisals. But that is also where they stated that it has to be part of a formal plan, and the plan needs to contain the details that these people that are hired under that are being used to do reappraisals.
Exactly. I mean, that's the limitation of the 1% is they can take people that are already doing other appraisals, but when you're doing the reappraisals, you have to show exactly the hours that are accounted for with the money from the 1% to pay for the reappraisals. So they can't just be doing new appraisals, they have to be doing reappraisals, and the amount of hours and times they spend have to be documented as well. And I don't know that we have to see this as a board, but it certainly has to be in the record somewhere. And I think your plan is a good start. I just don't know if it's comprehensive enough for us to take action right now. That's all.
Okay.
Commissioner Reynolds and Chair Childs Hernandez, Commissioners. Yes, and I know that earlier at the legislative conference, there was a meeting that the affiliate, all the assessors affiliate was there, commissioners affiliate was there, and county managers affiliate was there. And the reason that we had originally come together was because of concern over HB 47 and how this was going to affect the counties. Part of that meeting also did entail, we actually had Property Tax Division Director, Mr. Ira Pearson, and he opened that meeting, and there were some commissioners, there were some people in this room that were there present, and straight out of Director Ira Pearson's mouth was that 1% is to be used strictly for the assessor's 1% general fund reappraisal. So yeah, so it would be nice to see, if I had to guess, I mean, on the high side, I'd say, okay, if we had $22 million in that 1% fund, but even being, like I said, that there was a reappraisal done in 11 to 14, that the funds were used, even though the information that was collected was not utilized, I would say probably on the low side, there should probably be at least $12 million in there. And an example is Mr. Adrian Acosta, when he started, he actually was hired as part of a reappraisal project. So all of his salary, there was, I believe, 14 appraiser assistants. So he was one of 14 appraisers assistants that were strictly hired to come in and tackle this reappraisal project. And his salary was being paid out of the 1% because that was their focus.
I wish we could go back and actually atone for all the misconceptions or miscalculations or whatever things that we did, but we can't. What we have to do is have a good plan that just takes us from where we are and move forward. And I agree with you. There's a lot of money. It should be there. It's not there. But we're not there. We're someplace. We're here now. And so being here now, we've got to figure out how to move forward. And so we need a good plan for that. But this is a good start.
Commissioner Reynolds, Chair Childs Hernandez, Commissioners, I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to, I would like to see that it's put back the way that it should be. So whenever the next person comes in and they don't have to have this fight on their hands. We're not here to fight. I want to work. I want to just make it right. Just like I say, every time that I come to the meetings, I'm not here to fight with none of the people in my office. We're not here to fight with our taxpayers. We're here to work with them.
And I think this board feels the same way. We know we have a challenge and we've got to figure out how to solve it. So we agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Commissioners, anything else? Commissioners? Seeing,
Mr.
yes.
Chair, if I may.
Niels.
I did check with my paralegals to make sure that we had received that email, and it did come into our office, but it was actually on the 6th, so it would not have made it, the resolution would not have had time to make it to this BOCC meeting anyway, but we will be working with the assessor's office to make sure that that is on the agenda for the next meeting and that it has the information that she needs.
Perfect. And just make sure that it please does go through budget so we can make sure, because I know that Lucio and the team have been working on this as well. So that would be my request.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner
I
Sanchez.
almost feel like this, my comment's almost immaterial, but I did want to point out that if it's at all possible, could we get an updated logo?
Oh, yeah.
On the presentation? I would love to see that as far as consistency across the county, but.
Honestly, I love my Roadrunner.
Anyways, so
Thank
that's all the
you.
comment. I appreciate the comments by all the rest of the board, so thank you.
Ending on a high note, Commissioner. I love
You
it.
left all the juicy stuff for me, so.
Dang. All right, anything else? Seeing none. Any public comment today? Seeing none, we'll look forward to the resolution at a later date.
Thank you.
Thank you. My card. Oh, I'm at that point in the meeting where I start seeing everything. Okay. Hold on. Let me cue you in. Give me a minute. Cue the music, yeah.
The intro music was last week.
I feel like it's RuPaul's Drag Race. Moving on, we have item number 19, which is the post-57th legislature and governor veto updates by Capitol Council and consulting lobbyists. But to kick it off, we do have our ACM, Mr. Macias. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager. And Commission, this is part of our commitment to make sure that we are timely with the updates. You'll remember the last one was before the governor had exercised her veto and line item veto authorities. So today we've got the updates. They'll be presented by Randy Valverde. Ricky Lee is not able to be here, but I'm sure she's watching or is here in spirit. I also just wanted to kick off by sharing, for those of you that are not familiar, this is what the team looks like. They were our proxy at the, I know, their picks are admirable, and I need one that's as good. But you'll see Randy is in the audience today, and that's what Ricky Lee looks like. I thought it was important for you to know what they look like in case you catch them at the Roundhouse or you see them in community, so that you know, and of course, if we get called back for the special session. Randy is actually from this community, so when she comes back, she's able to visit with her people, and I'm sure she is vested in the advancement of our community, and not just the district that she visits, but the entire county as well. Wanted you to also call out and look out for the updates that come in from Capitol Council and Consulting to your inbox. If you're not getting them, Deputy Clerk, I'm looking at you. I know we had some issues with IT where they were being blocked by Mimecast, but we should be having them freed up now. But definitely look out for them because those updates come in with very timely information, including today with some of the information that was flagged during public comment as related to Korea. And remember, as we go from here, we'll be focusing on how we tie the outcome of the bills and when they are going to be kicking off into the capital outlay. And then I also invite you to share any of your future plans. I know it's a long way out, but even as we start looking at the special session and the 30-day session next year, let us know what your plans are as commissioners. If you're going to plan to support any particular bills, tell us now, especially during the interim committees, so that we can try to create that consensus or that consent that we talked about during the retreat, and you can feel supported, or we can walk through some of the logistics or the opposition that might be on the other side so that you can be supported by the county manager's office and or our lobbyists. So thank you very much, and I'll turn over to Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the commission, and thank you to ACM Macias for these unfiltered, untouched photos. I really appreciate it. So the last time that I spoke with you all, we had just wrapped up our 60-day session in March. And it was a very successful session for the county. A lot of our priority bills were passed, and I'll go through a few of those in terms of whether they got signed or not. We're also very successful with our ICIP capital outlay and got quite a bit of money commensurate with other Class A counties. So we were really proud to represent you all, and it was a very great session. It was a super fast-paced session compared to normal. The legislature really prioritized getting a behavioral health package passed, a criminal justice package passed within the first 30 days, and then they shifted their focus to other priorities, including the budget, capital outlay, and a tax package. So that's just kind of a brief overview for those of you that didn't hear my first presentation on the 60-day. Today, I'll focus in a little bit more on the vetoes that occurred, as well as what we're looking forward to with the interim. So I suppose I'm going to start off with the bad news. There were some line item vetoes in HB2 in the budget, and you'll see that those fell into generally two categories. The first category was language that was stricken, specifically directing funding to the county. And the other category of line item vetoes was striking language that directed funding to any county or counties in general. And the message on those vetoes was generally that that type of language infringes on the executive power. The good news is that I do think that with regard to the language that was stricken on county-specific language, we can still pursue that funding, but perhaps maybe not with the language where it struck access to all counties. With regard to our capital outlay, we really didn't get any Doña County-specific capital outlay vetoed at all. What happened, and I just pointed this out because it is relevant to us, Senator Steinborn and Chairman Small worked very hard to get funding in the package for the Slot Canyon State Park, and that did get vetoed. The message there was that The governor felt that our state parks were already stressed with regard to staffing and that this would cause further stress. I do know that our delegation does plan on pursuing this further in future sessions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Randy, and I don't know if you can clarify on this one. It was my understanding that the $9 million was going to be carved out of the State Parks Division budget. And so without that, they now have $9 million in their budget that's free to use however they want. Is that the way that I don't know if you're aware or if that's the way that I've understood or it was explained to me.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I am not aware on that specifically, but I can get back to you with whether or not that's the case.
Okay, thank you. And I think the reason I was going to ask, and maybe if we want to discuss this further as a commission, my hope was that there might be an opportunity for us as a county to maybe reach out to MNRD and the State Parks Division if they do have that funding in their fund, that if they would still be willing to at least go ahead and move forward with the construction of some of the improvements. It's obviously not going to be funding of staffing and such and make it a state park. But one of the things that they were looking at Slot Canyon was to actually put a parking lot and improving access to it. Because right now, if anybody's ever been to Slot Canyon, you have to park on the side of Highway 187. And in that area, it's in the canyon, it gets curvy, which creates a safety issue. And then to actually access the public lands, you have to crawl through a gate. So it's, in terms of access, it's definitely not there. That was part of the hope with the change or to create this as a state park. But again, if the State Parks Division already has that, maybe they might be willing to at least work with us to get that piece done, so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, we will look into that for you, and I think that's a great idea. My sister actually climbed through that gate for her maternity photos, and I would like for her not to do that again, so.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Randy.
Mr. Chair. Yes, of course. I'd like to echo what he said. I've been up there a couple of times on my motorcycle, and there's no safe place to even get off the road at Slot Canyon because of all the gravel and sand up there. So if you have to have almost a four-wheel drive vehicle, just find a good place to park. Thank you.
Yeah, what they said. I agree.
I also agree.
Also, like throwing dogs over the fence is always really interesting, so.
All right, on to the good news. So I know that Director Michael worked very hard with Senator Steinborn to get this across the finish line. It was signed and it will go into effect June 20th. This is the Indigent Care Fund that's really important to continuing care for a lot of our residents here in Doña County. The Tradeport Developments Act, HB 19, that one did make it through and we're really excited about that. It was signed into law. We didn't quite get the budget that we were hoping for in that bill, but we hope that we can add into the budget for that in future sessions. So super excited to see how this impacts our trade port here. We also saw the Strategic Economic Development Site Readiness Act go into place. I believe that was Chair Hamblin's bill. That was signed and it'll go into effect July 1st. And so this is really important for economic development here in the county and really statewide. And then HB 456, this was another of y'all's priorities. It was passed and signed. And so we'll see how that helps to procure or to streamline procurement of all of those professional services that we so desperately need for our infrastructure. NM counties was really helpful in identifying and pushing through legislation that would have a positive impact for all counties. We went through this list in a lot of detail last time I spoke with you. The only notable veto of this legislation was HB 494, and the message on that one was that the executive believed that this bill would have limited veterans' access to the exemption rather than helped it along. So that was vetoed for that reason. And then I'll just pause right here to say overall, other notable vetoes in general, the governor did veto the entire tax package. So we had discussed at the last meeting that that was an interesting tax package. It came together very late in the session. It was funded in a very unique way, and I believe for those reasons, the executive chose to veto the entire thing. There was some vetoes on some license plate bills and our state bread bill. I'm sure you all heard about it because I know that the expert was from the county. And I just bring that up to point out that the veto messages on those bills were very strong and indicated some conflict between the executive and the legislature on their priorities. So just wanted to let you know that that was going on. Finally, moving forward, we're moving into our interim season. So a few weeks ago, Legislative Council Service met, and the Speaker and the Pro Tem made all of the committee assignments for the interim committees. These are bicameral, bipartisan committees, and they meet all throughout the interim, all over the state. They focus on their specific issues. What we'll see starting to happen now, actually LFC is meeting as we speak, and what we'll see start to happen is that the chairs of all of these committees will start scheduling their organizational meetings. And at those organizational meetings, they'll discuss the topics that they're gonna cover for the interim, where they're gonna meet, and what dates they're gonna meet. So Ricky Lee and I will be watching these very carefully to identify meetings that might be relevant to the county, and also for hosting opportunities if they're gonna come to our wonderful county. The other thing I wanted to point out with this is that the council service created a new subcommittee, the federal funding one. That one we're going to watch very carefully because it's going to focus in on federal cuts and how that will impact the state. And then in turn, we can look at how that's going to impact the county. So we'll be watching that one for you all. And then the final thing that I'll just say is that we were hearing a lot of talk about special session, and since that time, the governor has said that that won't be imminent. It's not off the table, but we will continue to keep an eye out for that. And so with that, I'll just stand for questions.
Yeah, and Randy, thank you so much for joining us down here. And I like that we ended with the interim committees slide. And I think a lot of our conversation today that we had, especially around indigent care and things like that, I mean, I loved when I presented in front of the Economic and Rural Development and Policy Committee during interim last year, had a fantastic conversation. It was amazing, and there was a lot of great dialogue, and it created a lot of good relationships with myself as a commissioner outside of Doña County, and people from Roswell and people from Farmington were asking me questions about what we're doing here locally as a county to further infrastructure, to further monies when it comes to the Colonias Infrastructure Board and stuff like that. So especially Commissioner Gametos, when you were talking about, you know, healthcare in our community, I know personally that when Economic and Rural Development starts planning their sessions, I'm going to make sure that I go to that wherever it is. And I think us as commissioners, if we have something in our, you know, in our sights that we really want to do and get forward and start having those conversations for next session, I think we should definitely make a very educated choice to go and talk to those committees, talk to the chair, get with Randy and Jonathan and make sure that they can help get us on the committee hearing and give a little testimonial, give a little information about what we're working on here would be really beneficial, not only to the county, but also to our local elected officials, because it means a lot when we show up to their committee hearings to give kudos, to show them that we're engaged, and it really does further our reach into the state. So, you know, this is online, but take a picture, commissioners, see what we can get in and start talking about, and let's really hit next year's legislative session with every single weapon in our arsenal that we have to make sure that what we want to focus on, whether that's, you know, more outdoor recreation, more indoor recreation, youth programming, whatever that is, to make sure that that's on their radar. So I really want to use you for that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we're very happy to help coordinate with all of you guys and make sure that you're where you need to be and where it's going to be relevant. Speaking of that, I just remembered two things. First, the Water and Natural Resources Committee will be having their organizational meeting on June 3rd, and they have asked for us to provide relevant topics. I know you've heard a lot about CRUA, and we have our fair share of water issues in the county. So if there's anything that you all would like to present on or have us be on the lookout for, please let me know. The other thing I failed to mention in this setting, and I know I mentioned it when I was meeting with leadership and staff in the other room, is that we are coming up on a 30-day session. And so the reason that that's relevant is that only bills that the governor puts on her call or that were vetoed will be germane. And so that could shape the discussion during the interim. And I just wanted you all to be aware of that for your situational awareness.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I appreciate your comments on, I think the interim committees. There's a couple of things. I think when you talk on the water and natural resources, and I think, I know ACM Lopez had done a presentation and trying to bring us up to speed on things of we could potentially look at. And so I'm wondering if that might be part of, especially given the background with the water case, the Texas v. New Mexico, and kind of where we sit with that. I think that might be important that our legislators understand as we move forward why, particularly in the southern part, I shouldn't say it's not just only in the southern part of the state, but especially for us here, why it's important that we could use some support on a state level for that. But I hope is exactly kind of trying to figure out if you have recommendations on how each of us can fit into this. I think as the chairman mentioned with interim committees, and even having discussions with our legislators, my hope is that we have a year-long, we continue to build through the year and not wait. I think we've traditionally waited until the fourth quarter. And by that point, our legislators are already being hit by the school districts, by other municipalities, and their other representatives that they govern for. And so I want to try to get them on to understand our priorities, how they fit in with their with the other partners we have in the community. So that way they always have that in the back of their mind, even as other people are talking about them. And then I think you and ACM Macias had walked out, and I had mentioned exactly this, where when we start looking at infrastructure like we do with water, my hope is that we can look at energy policy, because I think there's a misconception, and I know my fellow commissioners can attest to this. I think there's a belief by the administration and even comments made by EDD that the microgrid bill is this panacea that fixes our energy issues. I very much disagree with that. I think there's a lot of open issues that they need to address. And so I think there's going to be a lot of hesitation for people to move forward until that's cleared up. So I hope that we can, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I hope that we can find a way to try to involve some sort of legislation or policy discussion as part of the governor's call list as we move forward, because 6 years into the ETA, there's a lot of issues. I don't see, I'm hoping that Doña County can help lead on this, because if we don't do it, as we were talking with the trade port funding and all the other things we're working on, if we don't have these critical pieces of infrastructure set up for growth, we're going to lose to Texas, Arizona, and other states. And we have an amazing opportunity here. We've seen so much growth. I want to make sure we keep that momentum going.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I fully agree on coordination and implementation of the county's strategic vision for policy with our delegation early, and we should start working on that right away, and we're happy to help you coordinate that. Also wanted to point out that one of our deliverables is that let's say you can't be at a water committee and there's a topic that you really care about, like Texas v. New Mexico update. One of the deliverables that we will be providing to the listserv that ACM Macias mentioned is that we will provide reports, including a summary of legislators' comments and questions, and we will turn, a 3-hour committee meeting into a 12-minute read so that you know what's going on and you can keep track of things that you have questions about or that you might want to follow up with your delegation about.
And Randy, thank you for doing that. That is a first for us here on the dais, is getting those report back. So I really do appreciate it. Commissioners, anything else? Okay, you're off the hook. With that being said, we are going to take a 15-minute break. So we will be back at like 12:10-ish. So we'll be back. Okay, folks, I apologize it went a little late, but it is currently 12:17. We're back from break and we are in open session. With that, we do have the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes. Can I please get a motion for the approval of the regular meeting minutes for April 22nd work session or regular meeting minutes for April 22nd and the work session minutes, it's a lot, for April 15th.
Move approval of the minutes as noted.
I second it.
Cool. I do have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, and I do have a second by Commissioner Gameros. Do we have any comments, questions, or concerns, commissioners? Any public comment? Seeing none, Brandy, go ahead and roll call that for me.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Sheldro Hernandez.
Yes. Both minutes are approved. Next up, we do have 3 items under approvals. The first is item number 21, which is the authorization to publish notice of hearing, title, and general summary to consider an ordinance repealing ordinance number, that's a lot, 304-2019, titled the Boutique Unlimited Doña Economic Development Ordinance. And we do have our Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Carter, here. But before we get started, commissioners, do we have a motion to authorize the publication?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Denise, welcome.
This time I'm going to do it right. Denise Carter, Interim Economic Development Director.
Awesome.
We are repealing the ordinance because the statute calls for the ordinance to be repealed in order for the project to be closed out. I do have my economic development partners in the audience, Ms. Julia Brown, and our newest regional rep, Mr. David White. If you all have any questions, as far as the project, they've met the metrics. They did what they were supposed to do.
Awesome. Commissioners, any comments, questions, or concerns? We just did this, I believe, 2 meetings ago, right?
Correct.
Awesome. So same old same. Seeing no commission comments or questions, any public input? None? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just wanted to make a note, I think Commissioner Reynolds and I were on, I think looking back when we approved this LIDA for Rich Global, I think we were the ones that were still, that were on it at the time and approved it. And so we're thankful to the businesses for bringing the jobs as advertised. And so, I hope we can continue to find a productive working relationship in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next up, we do have.
We need a roll call.
Oh, yes. Brandy.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Sheldro Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, moving on, we do have item number 22, which is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2020. Oh, we moved that to the final next meeting. So that does leave us item number 23, which is a resolution to approve publishing the revised code of conduct with additional revisions adopted after public comment period. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Chaparro, and we have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Ready for you when you are.
Would you like me to step down there or?
Oh, I love choices, but the choice is yours.
Okay, just for time's sake, we had some comments to the code of conduct that significantly changed both the makeup of the board that would be reviewing the complaints, as well as the procedures for hearings and evidence and witnesses and things. And so I felt that it was necessary to republish just because of the significance of the revisions that were being made to the code of conduct. And so I'm just asking the board to approve republishing the re-revised edition of the code of conduct so that we can get it on the approvals list for next month.
Okay. So, Commissioners, any questions on that?
Mr. Chair, this is just about permission to publish at this point. So right now, I think we need to just, let it, go ahead and publish it and review it for the next 30 days and make changes if we choose. Thank you.
Okay. Any public, there's no one. Oh, any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Brandy, go ahead with that roll call, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
That has a resolution number. The number is 2025-56.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, next up is commission follow-up input. If any commissioners have any follow-up input today, if they'll please share. Vice
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just like to announce that there will be a primera reunión binacional, Condado de Doñana, Ciudad Juárez y el Estado de Chihuahua. La Junta Directiva del Condado de Doñana y el administrador Scott Andrews tienen el placer de invitarlos a la próxima reunión binacional, la cual se llevará a cabo el 30 de mayo de 2025. Es un viernes a las 10 de la mañana en el edificio del Gobierno del Condado ubicado aquí. La reunión tiene como objetivo fortalecer lazos de comunicación y colaboración. So we will be having our first binational meeting here, County of Doñana, City of Juarez, State of Chihuahua. And it is BOCC and our county manager, Scott Andrews. We have the pleasure of inviting you to the next meeting. It's a binational meeting, which will take place on May 30th, which is Friday at 10 a.m. here at the Government Center. And the objective of this meeting is to strengthen ties of communication and collaboration between our two countries. So we hope that you can join us. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other commission follow-up? Seeing none, we will move on to correspondence. Brandy.
We have two today. Robert Trujillo versus Doñana County and Isaac Cisneros versus Doñana County.
Thank you, Brandy. We do have a closed session this afternoon. I motion that the board convene in closed session to discuss a personnel matter relating to an individual employee and to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property, and to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights authorized by Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H2 and H8 NMSA 1978.
Second.
And we have a second by Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think you skipped the word CRUA as a related topic on that. And I think, but legally, we should
We
say-
were, it was Carrie.
It's in the
Explain.
Yes, Commissioner, that was intentional, not that we will not be discussing CRUA, but we were also ordered by the court to discuss another property matter that is included in that. And so I need to update all of you on the court's order and current litigation.
So we made it more broad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Counselor, I guess, or legal. I don't know what to call you, Carrie.
Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney? Okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney. I guess since it was in writing that we should have at least discussed it, so thank you.
Okay. Brandy, roll call us into closed, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. The board is currently in closed session. Okay. You good? Okay, get it going. Brandy, you good? Thank you. Brandy,
Let the record show that the board is resumed normal session, and everything discussed in closed session was only what we went to closed session for.
thank you. Okay. Commissioners, I hereby move that we give the City of Sunland Park immediate notice of our intent to terminate the JPA for mutual benefit to all parties pursuant to subsection 15 of the CRUA JPA.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second from Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any discussion? Okay, any public comment? Brandy, if you'll roll call us, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. And we will be issuing that to the City of Sunland Park immediately. Thank you. Okay, and with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go back into closed session. So I move that the Board of County Commissioners convene in closed session to discuss a personnel matter relating to an individual employee and to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to add that as authorized by Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H2, and H8 of the NMSA.
Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, we are in closed session. And we are back from closed session at 3:18 p.m. And I do want to let the record state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items that we presented to go into closed session. And with the time now being 3:19, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Thank you.